Good evening and welcome to Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where we have 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut about to suit up for their journey to the International Space Station in just about 4 hours. You are seeing aerial views of what their ride will be today. A brand new Falcon 9 rocket atop. We have the Dragon Endeavour. We are trying to launch these 4 folks again after the launch team chose to stand down from yesterday's attempt due to weather. We had elevated winds along the Ascent corridor, but today things are looking much more promising. Today's T0 is 10:53 and 38 seconds Eastern Time, and the weather, while still a watch item, better than yesterday. 75% go here at the launch site, and the conditions have also improved along the Ascent corridor, but teams will be keeping a close eye on that corridor through the T-1 hour weather brief. Crew-8 is a continuation of regular crewed flights from U.S. soil to the International Space Station as part of NASA's Commercial Crew program. The crew's ride to space, again, what you're seeing there on your screen. Dragon Endeavour will fly for a 5th time with this launch, and over the next 4.5 hours, we will show you all the action live and in 4K. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is the official launch broadcast of Crew-8's launch. And with me to help commentate to what's happening tonight is NASA astronaut Raja Chari.
Hey, thanks, Megan. Glad to be back. So I'll own the first scrub from yesterday. We kind of joked that I may have jinxed it, and I think I may have.
No.
But I think I'm also going to blame my wife a little bit, because it turns out she was not wearing her Crew-8 shirt yesterday. So she's got it on tonight, and so I think now that myself and better half are synced, we're good to go.
Well, some quick background on Raja before we turn our attention to the operations we have before us today. Raja was the commander of NASA's SpaceX Crew-3 mission, which launched back in November 2021. Once aboard the space station, he served as a flight engineer and conducted science experiments and technology demonstrations. He also performed 2 spacewalks. And then after 177 days in orbit, he and his crew, as you can see here, splashed down off the coast of Tampa, Florida. And then in March 2023, 1 year ago yesterday, Roger watched his first launch from the ground while co-hosting our Crew-6 launch broadcast. And we are, of course, happy to have you back for Crew-8.
And happy to be here and still going for 3 in a row. So like you mentioned, got to see my first launch after my first launch being on the rocket, then got to see Crew-6. Got to be lucky enough to come to Crew-7's launch and be with Jasmine Mogbelli's, one of my classmates' family for that launch, and then back again for Crew-8 to launch yet another turtle to the International Space Station and keep that string alive.
And that turtle, of course, is Matt.
Yes, it is, yes.
Matt Dominic, the commander. So right now we are T-minus 4 hours, 4 minutes and counting until liftoff. In just about 4 minutes, we expect to take you all inside the suit-up room. So the suit-up room is a room within astronaut crew quarters, and astronaut crew quarters is a section of the historic Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building here at Kennedy. These are doors that lead into that building, the famous doors where astronauts have walked out for their ride to space since Apollo 7, 1968.
Yeah, it's a long, storied place. The building itself, as you mentioned, is actually, as the name would imply, the Operations Checkout Building is actually operational facility. So it's got both hardware labs and office space, and it's kind of like shaped, if you imagine, like a giant H, and then the sort of lower right part of the H, the 3rd floor, that's the crew quarters section of the building. But the rest of the building has everything from commercial crew, our Dragon and Starliner work going on. There's part of the Orion assembly that goes on there, so it's actually kind of a cool place to walk around. Granted, the crew can't do that in quarantine, but the other folks who are helping with escorts can also check in on some of the different programs going along that are happening here at Kennedy Space Center, so it's a nice consolidated place to be. And then in those crew quarters, they also have work facilities, a small gym, because when you're in quarantine, you don't have the option to leave, so it's basically a self-contained hotel with everything you would need to be able to be there for the days prior to launch.
Yeah, talk to me about how the crew has been in quarantine, living at crew quarters now for 2 weeks, more than 2 weeks.
Yeah, so they actually start soft quarantine back in Houston. So they and then any of the members of the immediate family, who we'll see later on tonight, that go into quarantine with them, that starts back in Houston. And then when it gets closer to launch, they fly down to Kennedy and then move into the actual, what they call hard quarantine at the ONC building in the crew quarters. And from that point on, they're completely isolated from everyone else. They do some other events. They do the wet dress rehearsal. They'll do some pad tours, things like that. But all those things will always be blocked off from other people or kept in safe distances. And that's all protocols from pre-COVID. So it has nothing to do with just COVID. That's a long history, decades worth of us trying to avoid getting pathogens, viruses, bacteria, really anything that doesn't belong in space other than the human up to the space station.
Right. And now here we are inside the suit-up room where we see our 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut standing, getting ready to get seated in the same configuration of seats that they'll sit in Dragon, right?
Exactly, yeah. So you'll see Matt and Mike are on the top half of the screen, and then Jeanette and Alexander on the bottom half. We're going to see a little bit more than we did yesterday. So
yeah.
You saw Alexander kind of fist punching, so he's working his fingers into the gloves. And then you can see Matt's, there's 2 zippers there, an orange and a white zipper. Mm-hmm. So the orange zipper is the pressure garment, and that's why he's got just 2 people, just verified that visually that it's closed. He'll tuck that in with the Velcro, and then the white zipper is the outer garment zipper. But you saw Matt and then both of the SpaceX techs all visually verified that orange zipper. When you pull it closed, there's a white tooth, and that's how you know it's completely sealed, and so that's what they're visually looking at. And then Maddie, who's the SpaceX tech there with the iPad, is kind of running the show here in the suit-up room.
Now, as we see Alexander and Jeanette taking a seat, question, how long does it take to put on the suit?
So we actually train for one of the emergency scenarios we train for is what's called a mask to suit transition. So the crews are able to do that pretty quickly on the order of single-digit number of minutes, because in the capsule there's times when a lot of the time you'll have the suit off, but you will have to potentially put it on for some if there's.
This is LD on countdown 1 with a T-minus 4-hour situational awareness briefing. We are currently counting down to a T0 of 03:53:38 UTC, 22:53:38 local, with an instantaneous window. The crew has started suit donning and lid checks in preparation to begin ingress activities, and the advanced team is currently on the way to the pad. Vehicle gases are at me up, FTS checkouts are complete, and Dragon prop tanks are pressed. Weather overall looks much better than yesterday, with launch weather at a 25% probability of violation for flight through precip and ambo clouds. Current trends over the last hour appear to be more favorable. Ascent risk winds are much better than yesterday, but we'll continue to monitor precipitation in the staging area up until L-1 hour. The kind of scrub, the next available launch attempt will be tomorrow, March 4th. Procedure 52.911 is open in the event of a crew contingency from ingress through launch. As a reminder, the launch escape system will be armed prior to propellant load today. Hangar access will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and will last until a spacecraft separation or after the launch escape system is disarmed. All personnel requested to stay in their locations until lockdown is complete. And CE, do you have a report on Falcon 9 health?
Falcon 9 is healthy and tracking no issues at this time, ready to proceed.
And Eddie.
Dragon team is looking good over here. Dragon is healthy and ready to proceed.
All right, copy all, and this will conclude the T-minus 4-hour brief, unless there's any further questions.
All right, that was just the T-minus 4-hour situational awareness brief, confirming again that we are go for launch at 10:53 and 38 seconds Eastern time. Weather, again, much better. You heard them just reporting that out. 75% go, much more favorable than yesterday, as well as the Ascent corridor weather, much better. But they will be watching precipitation and other conditions there until the T-minus 1 hour mark. Falcon 9 is healthy, Dragon is healthy, so right now I think we're in a good spot. Roger, what do you think?
Sounds good. As you heard there, the precip in the staging area is the thing they're watching, the Ascent corridor, which is better than yesterday, which also had some wind and wave issues. So today it's just more of watching that rain and as that moves out. And as the night goes on, hopefully that continues to improve. So that's the trend they'll continue to watch.
And so we're taking a look at Dominic laughing inside his suit right now. He's getting his suit pressure checked, right?
He is, yeah. So you asked about how long it takes to get in the suit. It's a few minutes. That's if in an off-nominal case. So when they're doing it for this, they take a little bit longer just to make sure everything's in the best config it can and everything is comfortable. Yeah, it's meant to self-don, so you don't need two people to do it like you do with the EMUs, which are the extravehicular mobility units we use for spacewalk. So these are self-donning. And we talked a little bit yesterday about you can see how his knees are starting to puff up, so the suit's starting to inflate. So once they go visors down, that's when the gas starts flowing and it starts to pressurize. And it's actually unlike the spacewalk suits that we use that have their own internal closed-loop CO2 removal, the SpaceX suits, they actually are leaking in the sense that the gas that's flowing is actually coming out. And so that's actually what's scrubbing out the CO2 as the crew member's exhaling. So air comes out, but air doesn't go back in, if that makes sense.
Yep.
But there's a regulator that maintains that, basically at pressure, and you'll see his arms and legs inflate.
And why don't we take some time now to introduce you to Matt Dominic, our commander. He was born and raised in Wheat Ridge, Colorado. Married to Faith Dominic, and they have 2 daughters. Matt earned a Master of Science degree in Systems Engineering from the Naval Postgraduate School and was designated a naval aviator in 2007. He made 2 deployments to the North Arabian Sea, flying close air support missions in support of Operation Enduring Freedom. He has more than 1,600 hours of flight time in 28 different aircraft, 400 carrier-arrested landings, and 61 combat missions. This is going to be his first spaceflight.
And like we talked about yesterday, Megan, the other important thing about Matt is he's a turtle. So as a fellow turtle, the class of 2017, great to see another one going to space. He'll join Jaws and Laurel, who are up there now. So there'll be 3 of them on board. But great to see Matt flying. He is always one of the most hilarious people in any room you're in, but also one of the most technically competent and just knows how to get the job done. So I'm excited to see him commanding this mission and heading up to join the rest of the crew up on the ISS.
And as his pressure check was completed, we have pilot Michael Barrett sitting next to him. He was selected by NASA in 2000. He's the only one of Crew-8 who's been to space before. He was part of Expedition 1920 in 2009 and STS-133 in 2011. In total, he's spent 212 days in space. He is board certified in internal and aerospace medicine. He has actually been awarded numerous times for his contributions to space medicine research. Michael lives in League City, Texas with his wife, Michelle, and they have 5 children. Personal and recreational interests, we talked about this yesterday, include sailing, boat restoration, writing, and cooking food in harsh or remote places. He said austere specifically.
Yeah, and Mike and Michelle are great, and you mentioned he's the one on the crew with previous spaceflight experience and couldn't have a better mentor for the rest of the crew. And I know that because he was my mentor during Ascent training, so he's just a great human. I'd be curious to see if the suit techs would unzip one of his zippers for us, but I'm guessing he's got snacks hidden in one of those pockets because, as you mentioned, he is infamous or famous as it may be for both cooking in austere conditions, but for also being consistently supplied with snacks. Yeah, you mentioned if you Google him, he is the person that writes the book on flight medicine, space flight medicine. So if you are a space flight medicine student, you surely know his work because that's the book you're studying from.
So he's very prepared, will be very valuable up there for snacks and also if anyone gets sick. All right, and now this is Mission Specialist Jeanette Epps we're taking a look at. This will also be her first space flight. The Syracuse, New York native was a NASA fellow during graduate school and then worked for Ford Motor Company, where she received a U.S. patent for her research into auto collisions and countermeasure systems. After leaving Ford, she joined the Central Intelligence Agency for 7 years, and she worked as a technical intelligence officer before becoming an astronaut in 2006. She has a Master of Science and a Doctorate of Philosophy in Aerospace Engineering. And Raja, she's also a twin.
She is indeed, yeah. So I'm pretty sure it's her, though, in the suit-up room. I don't think they would have been able to get it this far. But yeah, Jeanette's actually, I can't talk about much what she did before she showed up at NASA, but based on where she worked. Since she's been at NASA, she's actually got some pretty unique experiences in the sense that she's obviously flying on a Dragon tonight, but she actually worked a lot with a Starliner. So she's one of the few people in the office who's seen both of our new vehicles that are U.S. built heading to the space station. So both the Boeing and the Dragon, which is a pretty cool experience. I think one thing I can talk about her background, she's an amazing innovator. So we had a T-38 flight, and I'll keep it short, but basically we had to figure out a way to get something. It was really windy, so something got blown down the intake while we were in outbase, and she helped with the tech out of an outbase figure out a way to get it out from inside the engine. So we can talk more about it later, but we'll let them keep watching the suit up here.
Wow. Yeah, really accomplished, our whole team, actually. And let's introduce you to our last Crew-8 member here. So this is Alexandra Gorbenkin, mission specialist, also a first-time flyer, graduated from the Irkutsk Military Aerospace Engineering Institute in 2002, majoring in the engineering, maintenance, and repair of aircraft radio navigation systems. He then attended the Moscow Technical University of Communications and Informatics, graduating with a degree in radio communications, broadcasting, and television. He was accepted into the Cosmonaut Corps in 2018 and will serve as flight engineer while on board the space station. We're getting a close-up view of him right there. Visor's up, so I believe his pressure check was also completed.
Yep, yeah, so Alexander is in one of the newer groups of the cosmonaut classes, and just a testament to the continuing partnership. Laurel's up on the space station now. She got up there via Soyuz. Alexander will be heading up via Dragon, so continuing to learn from him and work with one another.
And so right now, we talked about this a little bit before, but for those who might be joining us for this broadcast and they weren't with us yesterday, so right now, it seems like they have some downtime here and they're kind of hanging out. And why is that, Raja?
So they build in time. So the whole purpose of this, what we're seeing right now in the suit-up room, is to leak check the suits. They'll do it again when they get inside the Dragon, but if there's a problem then, it can have the potential to have delays to the launch, whereas here they have all the equipment. You can see there's a lot of people. It's easy to move around. So anything that doesn't pass on the suit leak checks, they have the ability to fix it. And so because of that, they build in the assumption of a failed leak check when they build the timeline for this. Maddie there, who's the one with the iPad, has almost like a quarterback has the cuff checklist on her left hand there, so she's got the timeline and then is running everything. But yeah, they build in extra time so that if they did have to fix a part, swap a component, they would have time to do that now. And so in the case where it looks like everyone's leak check passed on the first attempt, then you've got a little bit of time left to just relax a little bit, get on cooling. So right now they're in umbilicals. They're not on the mobile cooling units yet. I can't tell actually.
I don't see it, yeah.
But so right now this is a good chance to kind of get their met rates down, get their core body temperature down, because once they get outside in the hot, humid Florida air in a suit, it can get warm fast. So
sure.
This lets them cool off. It's also a chance for them to catch up with these SpaceX folks you're seeing here, 1134, and then I can't see his number, but Rick on the far end. There's lots of different families the astronauts work with. There's obviously their families, their loved ones. There's a SpaceX family. There's a mission control family. There's an ISS family, and so every one of those families is special. They've been working with these people for about 18 to 24 months, and specifically, Rick, Maddie, and Haley are ones they see a lot. And then
this is a shot actually of the astronaut support person, right? So wearing number 21, the one is covered there, but number 21, that is Denise Burnham. And she is a NASA astronaut candidate, graduating actually in 2 days. And what's her role here?
Yeah, so Denise is what we call the ASP, which is the astronaut support person. In the shuttle era, they used to call it the Cape Crusaders, but essentially it's the person that is the eyes and ears of the crew as they're setting up in the final stages for the launch. So she's been in quarantine with them. And in the shuttle era, it would involve being the only other person besides the crew that would go inside and configure switches. What Denise will do, has been doing this whole time in quarantine, as the schedule shift and as there's different meetings and launch, like the weather briefs, all those kind of things. If the crew is unable to make those things as their schedule shifting, she is covering all that. The other, you'll see the very public thing she'll do later on is call from the phone on the pad. But the thing you won't see when they cut the feed here is all the little things. So like getting glasses ready, if like someone has a timer, if they like where exactly on their leg they want the iPad positioned. So all those things seem very little, but after so many sims, you kind of have a scan, or we call it a cockpit cross-check, and it's very kind of particular of where you want all those different things, where you want maybe, like I said, like a timer located, as you can see, where you want your watch. And so she's kind of like the expert and knows for each person exactly how they want it configured, to include, Jeanette maybe wants her volume set at whatever on this loop, and having all that preset, so when they get into the Dragon, things are ready to go.
And I do want to point out that everybody else who's in a black suit, SpaceX employees.
Correct. Yep.
The only person. Yep. The only person who's a NASA employee in a black suit is Denise.
Correct. Yep. Yeah, and you can see the other folks in the room. So that they're in crew quarters, and they're basically just watching the clock at this point.
Yeah, and you were saying that it is more comfortable for them to be sitting because the suits kind of scrunch them down.
Yeah. Thanks for reminding me of that. Yeah, I mentioned that yesterday, but forgot to bring it up again tonight. So they're not just lounging; it's actually a physical reason they're laying there. So you saw when they did the pressure checks, the helmets expand, and the reason they are very tight is because you want to have expansion, and you still want to be able to see it out of the visor when it's pressurized, but that means when it's not pressurized, like right now, if you were to stand up, it kind of hunches you over, and you'll see that both when they stand up here, and it's really obvious when they go out to the pad and they're trying to look up at the rocket. You have to lean backwards, and so it puts pressure on your head and on your shoulders and back. So the longer you can be in a reclined position, the more comfortable it is.
Right, because they're in this room until about 3 hours and 24 minutes, so they have quite some time. They're ahead of schedule. Again, no problem there.
Yeah, which is great news. You can see that little blue thing that was dangling outside Jeanette's helmet is her earpiece. And so the reason they haven't popped out is since they're not getting comm through the umbilical, they're talking to people in the room. So they have one out, one in most cases, so they can hear the conversations of people talking to them. But they still usually will have one in, so that if there is anything when they do the umbilical checks, when they're doing those suit leak pressure checks, they're talking to them through the earpieces. So it's kind of a 50-50, so they can hear both.
Really cool insight. I didn't know that. I did know that they got comms, but... All right, so I have a question for you as we take a look at Matt and Mike there. How long has this crew trained together?
So between 18 and 24 months is the whole training flow. It kind of depends on whether you're doing a backup flow or not. But it's not just the Dragon training. So as you're seeing some different shots here, that's the SATA chamber. So you can see Mike and Jeanette suiting up Matt, so practicing all the ops that would go along with that. We use the T-38 as a great analog because it involves talking to another person, having to work together as a crew, talking to a ground control station. This is the ISS simulator in Building 9 at Johnson Space Center, where we spend a lot of time doing space station training for both nominal and off-nominal scenarios. Jeanette's working on some of the science payloads they'll see, so that's part of it, is anticipating what science we're going to be doing on the space station, because that's the whole reason we're there, is to do science. And so being familiar with that before we show up. This is a shot out at Hawthorne, which is where the high-fidelity trainer, also called the Buck, is at, that trains the inside of the Endeavour capsule they'll be in today. And so that's so those are kind of the big elements, but all those things are happening over the 18 to 24 months prior to launch to include robotics training. They'll do spacewalk training, so that's all continuing as well.
But also just learning about each other, right? Like the camaraderie, but also like learning maybe what people like to do, don't like to do, how they respond to things, right?
Exactly, and that's probably the biggest piece of it. There's the technical side of the training, but there's also the soft skills and the team building that happens. And at this point, knowing how to read when someone's stressed or has bandwidth to deal with something if it's an off-nominal situation. So you spend a lot of time in sims kind of debriefing how things went and then trying to adjust going forward. You see some of the other folks in there in the top center of the screen is Shannon Walker and Norm Knight. So Shannon's the deputy chief of the Astronaut Office, and then Norm's the chief of the Flight Operations Directorate. And so they also have been in quarantine this whole time. To the left of Denise is Pyotr, who was on the space station up with me, spent a year up there, a cosmonaut, and so he's down here with Alexander's, also has been in quarantine with him. And it looks like they are on the mobile cooling units now.
And those mobile cooling units are those blue boxes that we see tethered to them, right?
They are, yep. They're very similar technology to what was used early in the space program. It's kind of rebuilt on the inside, but this, it was a good concept then. It's still a good concept now, but that allows them to continue to get cooling as they go, as they start walking out and go out into the Teslas.
You can tell everyone that Raja is very knowledgeable. And so we are inviting you to challenge him with your questions over the next 4.5 hours. Jump on X, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch and send in your question with the hashtag AskNASA. We look forward to hearing from you and answering as many questions as we can live. We got some good ones yesterday.
Yeah, see if we can come up with any stumpers.
And one other programming note. So right now, you'll notice that Raja and I are just commentating off camera, just audio commentary for now. But about an hour before launch, we plan to expand our coverage. We're going to introduce you to more commentators from SpaceX and NASA. And then at that point, we're going to come on camera. And for that last, again, hour before liftoff, and then until our 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut are in orbit, we will walk you through all that action.
So I should say, so at 4 hours, you heard the voice of, I'll hold off here. So there's getting up. You can see what I was talking about before. You can see Mike is hunched over from the helmet weight and the suit weight. So at this point, the suits themselves, their gloves their hands are still in the gloves. When you've done the pressure checks, you can see the visors can go up and down. They are allowed to take their hands in and out of the gloves as well, because they are going to do another pressure check, and so that's just kind of crew preference if they're getting warm or not. What they generally don't want to have to do is get out of the suit completely, because that would then raise some concern of whether the leak check they did, anything could change. The other thing they're doing now is, we talked about a little bit yesterday, there's some Velcro tabs and hooks underneath different parts of the suit, and so those allow them to basically make it flush so that as they get into the spacecraft, straps don't get caught or cords don't get tangled and anything like that. So it's mostly just a half ergonomic, half just to keep things clean.
And while it looks like they're posing for some photos there in the suit-up room, why don't we talk a little bit about their day so far before they got in here? So after yesterday's scrub, we talked about this, Raja, in the interest of sleep shifting, and we'll talk a little bit about that after I go through this. They went to bed at 2 a.m. Eastern time and then woke up at 11 a.m. today. They had breakfast, more like lunch, again, sleep shifting, followed by a workout and some family time. And then lunch and dinner moved up 22 minutes from yesterday. They had that about 4:10. Medical checks, other flight day preps. Now they're suiting up and are about to play a card game.
They are. So it's a long-standing tradition with the chief of the astronaut office playing with the crew prior to heading out to launch.
Deputy today.
Deputy chief, yeah. And I think we talked a little bit yesterday. I think the really important part about this is the fact that the leadership is there. And you might say, well, why is the deputy there? Where's the chief? So the chief of the astronaut office, Joe Akaba, is actually coming back from the Pacific Ocean. So he was out there doing a massive training event with the U.S. Navy with the Artemis II crew, practicing recovering them. So
it looks like she split the deck.
Yep.
She's now dealing. And the point of this card game is so that the commander loses, to use up his bad luck, so that he proceeds with good luck. The whole team proceeds with good luck through launch and their whole mission. I think he did not lose, so we're redealing. Do you recognize this card game, Raja?
So it can change from crew to crew. So I'm not exactly sure. It looks like maybe they're going high card. And I think Mike won.
And this is really a moment of levity, right? Like before.
Yeah, especially if everything's on timeline. Like look at the case tonight, they didn't have any suit issues. They're ahead on the timeline, so it's actually a nice chance to just kind of hang out and relax again with the people who've supported you and worked with you, not just these last few weeks, but really the last 18 to 24 months.
If it is high card, I thought it looked like he lost, but.
Well, you can tell by the fact he's laughing, which is not unusual for Matt. I think at this point they're just having some fun. Looks like it's down to just Shannon and Matt.
Traditions are important, right?
They are, and like I said, I think it's really. I know Norm, Joe, and Shannon are all very passionate about making sure that they are in quarantine all the time for all these missions. I had the chance with the scrub to meet with the administrator staff yesterday and today, and the amount of support and vigilance that goes into human space flights, both impressive and warranted.
Yeah, and it looks like he lost, but there were cheers. It's a very counterintuitive, but the idea is a really nice one, and again, a nice moment for the crew to do something with each other before they really get into the motions of this timeline and counting down to liftoff. You
can see the camera behind Matt, their patches on the wall there, so one of the other traditions they would have done probably yesterday, since it would have been before they suited up, is sign around that patch on the wall back there, and then you can see the stickers out just kind of off to the left that are the stickers of the previous crews, the signatures of them around there.
Yeah, we actually have video of them doing that.
Oh, gotcha.
You jump
there you go. Sorry. I should read the script.
So this is Matt. He's holding the Crew-8 patch, like you said. He stuck it onto the wall there as part of a tradition that's been happening. That's why you see all this number of patches that Raja mentioned. And then there's all their signatures. Also patches line the outer rim of the doors that they will soon walk out of. That's scheduled for T-minus 3 hours and 20 minutes. So still a little bit to go. You can see a lot more patches, a lot more history coming out that door. Like you mentioned earlier, Megan, been doing that since Apollo 7, walking out that door. And so if you ever get the chance to go out there, you'll see shuttle patches and a long lineage of patches. And there's a wider view of the folks that are waiting for the walkout. And when we get a live shot, we're going to see 3 Teslas lined up. And we will have Matt and Mike, commander and pilot. They'll get into the second Tesla, and then we will have the mission specialists in the last Tesla. So this is a gathering of media that are here to cover the crew walkout, obviously, but also family and friends. Select family and friends, though.
Yeah, and you can tell there's kind of like 3 rows, if you will. So the aftmost one is the people who haven't been in any kind of quarantine, the general public, press. That intermediate one is extended family who maybe weren't able to go into hard quarantine. And then the furthest up one, closest to the crew, are the immediate family who've been in quarantine with them, and then their escorts. And so you can see there's some blue flight suits down there. At the far right, it's Jessica Watkins. So she's escorting Matt's family. Jess Whitner is just to the left of her. She's in the new class, also graduating in a few days with Denise, and escorting Jeanette's family members. And then I can't quite see off camera. I think probably to the right is Steve Bowen, who's escorting Mike Barrett's family members. And then further right, you'll see later, the other people that are in this group are the NASA administrator and some other senior leaders who have been down here supporting the crew and out to see launch.
Now, we asked folks to send in some questions for you, Raja, and of course, they're sending questions in. We love that.
Excellent.
So let's pull up our first Ask NASA question. This is from Sebastian Vaquero on YouTube asking, do you have a cooling garment under that suit? Your suit? I'm assuming the Crew-8 suit.
I'm assuming you're talking about the IV suit. So yes and no. So the suits you're seeing in the room they're in, there's no cooling garment in that. So it's basically like a black spandex, like dry fit type material that they're wearing. And there's the shot. You can see Administrator Nelson he's the one with the jeans with his back towards us. Jim Free is the senior civil servant at NASA. He's in the
Associate Administrator of NASA,
glasses. And then Pam Elroy, just to the right of the administrator, is the deputy administrator. So they're in. Once the crew comes out, Administrator Nelson will go behind that first stanchion, and then forward of them is where the immediate families will be at.
Yeah, it's always nice to see NASA leadership here supporting, again, this continuation of NASA's Commercial Crew program, a very successful program that's sending astronauts to the International Space Station really every 6 months from U.S. soil.
It's pretty impressive. And yeah, to answer the suit question, so in the SpaceX IV suit, which stands for in-vehicle suit, there's not a cooling garment. There is airflow, and so it's basically the convection of that airflow that takes heat off the body, and then I mentioned before that the air actually comes out, and so that's what keeps you cool. In the EVA suits, or the extravehicular activity suits that we wear for spacewalks, those do have liquid cooling garments, and so in that case it's water that's actively going through tubes in the suit and then going through a sublimator to vacuum to chill it. And it just has to do with the workload and the MET rate. So in the IV suit, it's not really meant to do a spacewalk. It's meant to be still strapped in and restrained in the seat, because you saw when they were doing those suit checks how their arms and legs kind of puffed out. And so it's not meant to really be mobile. It's just meant to protect you to get home. And so meaning that you're not really working very hard and getting very hot, whereas in the EMU, which we do on spacewalks, you're absolutely working very hard. And so
for hours.
And so you need something to basically offload the heat from your body.
So very different kinds of suits.
Exactly.
So again, these are the 2 Teslas that they will be getting in for their ride to the pad. And the license plate, always fun to see. Yay, space.
Yep, so continuing a tradition that I learned about a year ago of always incorporating the number of the crew into the license plate. And Tom Marshburn, who was my pilot on Crew-3, hooked me up last night when I had my own senior moment and couldn't remember my own license plate, and sent me a photo of ours. So ours was Send It, with the 3 being the E.
Yep. And then some other ones, the most recent ones. So Crew-7 was bye. So there wasn't a 7 in it, but it was 7 letters. So B-Y, E. E. I forgot one E. And then Crew-6's license plate was Dragon. The G was a 6. And then for Crew-5, it was Blast Off, and a 5 for the S. So again, fun moments that we like to incorporate into the mission. And here we have Jessica Watkins, NASA astronaut, playing with, I think those are Matt's daughters,
They are,
right?
yeah. And so it's not just the crew that's having to sleep shift, it's families that have to sleep shift. And so I know from my own experience that sleep shifting 3 kids, or 2 in Matt's case, can be challenging. So
And actually,
Wadi is helping out, I'm sure, with that.
the youngest daughter there who's playing with Wadi, as you said, it was her birthday on Thursday.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's her birthday on Thursday, sorry.
The person to the right of Wadi, Morgan, has the mask hanging down. So there's a whole team of family support folks in the astronaut office that also help as well, and they just do an amazing job with the coordinating all this. You can imagine, like, keeping track of who can be where and who can get so close to the crew or not close to the crew. So this whole week, actually, she and a team have been helping with extended family, doing events, trying to let everyone be as much of part of this as they can, but also keeping the crew safe and healthy.
Mm-hmm. And it's also nice, right, to feel like the whole office is supporting your family as you have a loved one who's about to go into space.
Yeah, there's no question. It's probably the most important job we have in our office, other than being on the rocket. The next most important thing is taking care of the families whose loved ones are on the rocket.
So T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes. About 6 minutes until we expect to see the astronauts again, but they will be walking down the hall into an elevator and then out the doors under the sign with their names on it and their mission patch that you see towards the middle of your screen, the back of it. People are actually walking out of those doors right now.
Yeah, so they'll start setting up the cars. You'll see some of the SpaceX folks start coming out. You'll see the flight docs probably come out, so they'll be wearing blue flight suits and head to the aft vehicles. Like we mentioned before, so at this point, Denise, the ASP, is actually helping do all that final configuration for them. So kind of getting things arranged in their pockets, doing some probably coordination with anyone that's out at the pad right now of what state the vehicle's in, things like that. So all that's kind of happening in the background before they come walking out here.
As you can see, we have a camera ready, so we won't miss it, and we'll be bringing you that walk live.
Yep. And so for context, you're staring down basically half of the hallway of crew quarters. It goes behind the camera as well, but this view, the suit-up room is about halfway down the left-hand side, and then in the far distance, you can see like wooden doors. That's the medical area, and then beyond that are essentially like the hotel, like little hotel rooms, dorm room type things. And then on the right side, there's a conference room along the way. That's where they would have got the weather brief earlier this evening.
Yeah, I've never been in there, but I did look it up, and I was like, wow, there's a lot in there.
Yeah, it's a pretty large. I mean, it's maybe half lodging, and the other half is workspace, conference facilities. You need to have your own washer and dryer, because you can't send your clothes anywhere else. You have to wash it all in quarantine since you can't leave. A pretty sizable set of refrigerators and kitchens, because again, you have to pack for at least 14 days worth of quarantine. So it's kind of like a giant camping trip where you can't go, you can't leave.
Sizable crowd out here as we take an aerial shot from our flight ops team here at Kennedy.
Yeah, and the other folks you're not seeing with the NASA administrative leadership that are on hand, and got a chance to meet with them yesterday after the scrub, were some FAA folks who are on hand, and huge kudos to the FAA and all the work they do for the licensing and all the deconfliction that has to happen. If you think about the fact that this rocket's going up the eastern seaboard, that means planes can't be there, and so they are constantly doing that, and as well on all of our Artemis development programs. So. They are a big piece of the government effort to do this.
All right, we have another question on social media. This is Jenny on Instagram, and she asks, what meal did you guys, the crew, have before flight? I have this answer.
So you have it for that. You have it. Yeah, I think Megan's got the answer for them, and I can talk about what we had for Crew 3.
Yeah, sure. What did you have for the Crew 3?
Well, so we actually got to have 2, because we had which is unusual since we had a pretty significant launch delay. The great thing we did on our second one, though, was have a group meal. So I think it was actually Thai food with key lime pie, I think.
That sounds yummy.
Yeah, it was delicious. Now I'm actually pretty hungry.
I'm very hungry, yes.
No more questions about food.
I have a banana. That's literally all I have for you. You said ultimate meals. I do just want to talk a little bit about that. Why is it called the ultimate meal?
So we avoid calling it the last meal for obvious reasons, because it's not your last meal, and it's just your ultimate meal before you leave. And really the difference when that meal from the other meals you have in crew quarters, all of them are made by the staff, and everything has to be checked before it can come into the facility since we're in quarantine. But the majority, all the meals are basically everyone's eating the same thing. So they'll make whatever the menu is, that's what everyone has. But the ultimate meal, basically each crew member can request the specific thing they want, and then they'll make that for that particular meal.
And so for pilot Mike Barrett, his ultimate meal was grilled salmon and veggies. Commander Matt Dominic, he said he'll have whatever Mike's having because he trusts Mike's culinary expertise. Then we have mission specialist Jeanette Epps. She asked for butter chicken. And then Alexander asked for nothing special, soup, meat, and veggies.
I'm even more hungry.
All right, we are now looking at 1 minute and 43 seconds away from when we expect to see Crew-8 walking down the hallway. They'll take an elevator down and then out the ONC doors to this crowd of folks wanting to wish them good luck for their 6-month mission to the International Space Station.
Just to the left, to Jim Free's left is Vanessa Weiss, who's the center director at Johnson Space Center. And then you can see Pam Melroy talking with Mike Barrett's family. All right, here they come.
All right, here they come in front. Matt and Mike, commander and pilot, and now we have the mission specialist, Alexander and Jeanette. Applause from folks around them as they walk down the hallway here in crew quarters and are getting inside an elevator, their first few steps before their big trip.
And this is kind of a cool surprise. I don't know if they got this far yesterday since we got the feed, but I at least didn't know that there would be that banner in there when we got in the elevator with all the signatures. So it's a really cool thing because as soon as the doors close and the camera's down, you can turn around and see all the signatures of all the folks that you worked with on that banner, which is kind of a really touching time. And like I said, the surprise factor, we didn't know it was there.
And actually, yeah, that's a good note to point out from yesterday. So yesterday, they decided to stand down from the launch attempt right before this moment, actually. We were waiting for Crew-8 to walk down the hallway when the launch director came onto the mission audio loops, and you guys heard that live for yourselves, and that's when they said that they were standing down from yesterday's launch attempt because of elevated winds of the Ascent corridor. But again, we are looking much better today, and I think we're going to see a launch. The launch weather officers telling the team a little bit before the T-4 hour mark that it's looking like a good day to fly. Now we are expecting the crew to walk out in about 3 minutes and 30 seconds. It doesn't take them that long to get there, right, Raja? But again, we're sticking to a very strict timeline.
Right, everything has got pad built into it, and then it's sort of like a funnel. The closer and closer you get to actual launch, there's less ability to have that pad. And so you build that in so that if there was a problem, then you don't have to rush on the end, because as you heard him call it at the very beginning, it's an instantaneous launch window. And that comes out of the fact that the Falcon 9 is fueled on the pad, and if the fuel immediately starts to boil off due to the temperatures. And so unlike some launch vehicles where you can sit there for a while and have launch holds, that's not something you do with the Falcon 9. So at the time it's got to go, it's got to go. So they build these pads in. Instead of having launch holds, they build this pad in. And that's essentially the equivalent, it gets you the equivalent effect without actually stopping the clock.
Sure. And this is unique to SpaceX.
It is, yep. Yeah.
You said this yesterday, but it looks like we might be running out of space on
the right-hand side of the door frame there is, you can see it's the recent SpaceX mission, so I can spot mine easily, but so it's 3 down from the top right, there's 3, and then 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and yeah, I think we got maybe 2 spots left, then we got to go below the railing or jump over to the left side, so I'm sure they'll come up with something. We might have to add another NASA meatball sign on the door.
It's a good problem to have,
yeah.
right? With all the space flights that are happening from here at Kennedy again.
Yeah, we talked about yesterday was the 5-year anniversary of the Demo 1 mission.
Right.
And so it's kind of mind-boggling when you think about how much has changed in human commercial space flight here in the United States in the last 5 years, where in that short period of time we went from not having the ability to get our astronauts to space on our own to now we're on the 8th operational rotation of a commercial vehicle. It's pretty amazing. One where the booster flies itself back, one where we reuse the capsule, we reuse the booster. Tonight's a new booster, but this is the 5th time we're using the Endeavour capsule, which is also a record, so just amazing.
Yeah, it's a real testament to what we can accomplish when we put our minds to it. I mean, we created this commercial crew program to partner with commercial companies so that we can do this more frequently and reliable.
Yep, you're absolutely right. And it has been a partnership from the beginning. One of the things we'll see later tonight, we'll talk about the team in Hawthorne, we'll talk about the team in Houston, but what a lot of folks don't realize is there's actually a whole other team in a place called Hangar X over on the Cape side that is chock full of NASA engineers from Marshall, from Johnson, from Kennedy, who are looking at the telemetry streams and working with the SpaceX teams on the status of the launch vehicle.
As you can see, our camera is focused in on the doors out of the operations and checkout building here at Kennedy, because in less than 30 seconds, we expect Crew-8 to walk out and greet a crowd of folks here, hoping to wish them well on their trip.
You can see some faces behind the window there, so it looks like they're on time.
Here they come, Crew-8, taking their first steps outside before their journey to the International Space Station. We hear some cheers,
yep.
them waving from left to right. Let me introduce you. We have Mission Specialist Alexandra Grubenkin. Then we have Pilot Michael Barrett, Commander Matt Dominic, and Mission Specialist Jeanette Epps. They're walking now to greet family and friends who came specifically for them. They have assigned spots with assigned stanchions of people.
Exactly, yeah. So what you'll see is that they won't go any further down towards where the administrator is standing, so that's as close as they'll get to them since they have been in quarantine, and then their families, the immediate families, are staying behind the stanchions there. And once they get in the vehicles, the families that have been in quarantine will come up to the windows.
Nice big wave for the camera from Alexander there. Now we have a shot of Michael. Do you recognize, are those his kids there? Or?
Well, the ones he's right in front of right now are the administrator.
Yep.
I can see the administrator,
yep.
Nelson. I think he went to talk to them, and he's going back by his kids. Yeah.
Because I know he has adult children.
He does, yep. Yeah, Mike's kids are adults. And I think I can see Steve and his wife, and I think his adult kids are behind Steve in the second stanchion there.
We're getting some audio from the feed. Let's see if we can listen in to what folks might be saying.
So Haley's giving him the wrap it up, number 34. Like I said, like one of the key SpaceX members that the crew is very familiar with, and she's kind of helping run this whole timeline. So they're going to start working towards the Teslas, and you'll see the families then come up to the windows, and you'll talk to them there as well.
Yeah, we are expecting them to leave the ONC here at around T-minus 3 hours and 15 minutes. Another great cheer from the crowd. As we see Jeanette Epps taking her seat in her Tesla, she'll be joined by Alexander Grubenkin. And then in front of them, we have Matt and Mike, who just got seated as well.
And then the people in the Teslas with them are the SpaceX ninjas, and usually there'll be a suit tech, and then either a flight doc or two suit techs, just kind of the mix kind of depends. But so you're kind of always ready to respond if anything is having problems with the suits.
And so they're also going to attach them to their umbilicals in the cooling units again. That's why we also have the second opportunity for families to go up.
Correct, yeah. So that's why they limit them on time, just so they don't get too hot, as it is not as bad tonight, but some nights can be pretty hot and humid. Once they're in the vehicles, those cooling units are there so they can plug back in and start getting cooling flow again. And like we mentioned before, it's much more comfortable for the crew to be sitting than it is to be standing. It offloads the weight of the suit off their shoulders and head.
And so the folks who are at the cars right now, they've been in quarantine.
Exactly. Yep. Those are there's other extended family, but those can't actually come up to the window because they haven't been in hard quarantine the whole time. Looks
like Matt's wife is.
Yep.
And the two daughters. Wadi's taking a picture of them with Matt in the car there.
So it looks like Mike's adult children were able to go to the front of the car, just not up to the window. You can see his wife's over there by the window. which is pretty standard. Again, only the folks that are actually in quarantine getting that close enough to actually talk to the crew with the windows down.
You know, since we did see that Matt has younger children, I know you had younger children when you flew. How did you prepare them for this moment, or how was that moment with them?
It's interesting. I think each family kind of deals with their own way. So we talked a lot about it before and during.
And now we can see the crew is departing from the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, beginning their 20-minute drive with a full security escort across NASA's Kennedy Space Center to Launch Pad 39A. In the words of their license plates, yay space. Now, we again want to invite those who are watching to participate by asking Raja a question here as we see the convoy hang a right. Again, they're going to be driving through Kennedy Space Center. Just hop on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, or X. Send your question, #AskNASA, and we will answer as many as we can. And as they begin their drive out, it's usually less than 20 minutes. But as we begin the drive, let's again hear from Commander Matt Dominic. Again, first space flight, but he has more than 1,600 flight hours and 61 combat missions as a naval aviator.
Hard work through the laws of physics and basic material science to get us into orbit. That's the magic. We are part of a massive team of people that need to continue continuous human presence in low Earth orbit and not letting that flame go out. We are line soldiers on the ground marching to make sure that this continues. And just being a small part of that and continuing that is what's important.
The Crew-8 convoy continues their drive across Kennedy Space Center to Launch Pad 39A. It will be the third launch to space for the pilot of Crew-8. Michael Barrett has previously flown on Expedition 1920 in 2009 and STS-133 in 2011. Here's more on the doctor from League City, Texas.
The ISS is, I would say, a very critical stepping stone in human exploration beyond low Earth orbit. I'm NASA astronaut Mike Barrett, pilot of the Crew-8 mission to the International Space Station. I was born in Vancouver, Washington, in the southwest part of the state. grew up around the city of Camas, a very small town in a farming community, and we had about 80 acres or so. We raised sheep and cattle, and it was a really great upbringing. There was plenty of the natural world around us to really be fascinating. And I had interest sparked in astronomy and oceanography and photography. I built telescopes in high school, and I had this commanding dark sky out there. It was really quite magnificent. And I went through these phases of only wanting to be an oceanographer or only wanting to be an astronomer. And all this with the backdrop of always having to fix things and get up and take care of animals and a certain amount of discipline, which I probably didn't appreciate so much at the time, but I certainly do now. The combination of those demands for living and an interest in natural sciences, I think, partly what led me to where I am today. I came to Johnson Space Center in 1991, and I've never left, except when I left the planet a couple times. But I spent 9 years as a NASA flight surgeon, and I would say that is absolutely one of the dream jobs at NASA. I think my passion is the human in space, how we adapt, how we prepare for space, how we rehab when we come back, and how our physiology changes. And so that job allows you to dabble in all of those things and be among the last of the people who see the crew before they launch, the first who see them when they land, and to talk to them every day. That was an amazing experience. And I was very, very lucky to transition to the Astronaut Corps in the year 2000. The last time I was on the International Space Station was in 2011. I was fortunate to fly the last flight of the Space Shuttle Discovery, and she was a magnificent station at the time. And we actually put the permanent multipurpose module into place, and we kind of considered the station complete at that time. And again, it was not small. Since that time, she's actually grown quite a bit. So what I expect to find is the core of the station that I left, that I loved so much, that I spent over 200 days on, plus some new modules, some new research capabilities, and I think as important as anything, new docking ports for new generation spacecraft. What I remember most fondly from my first mission was looking out the window and just hanging out with my shipmates at the galley table at the end of a long workday. My personal goal is really to see my crew become part of it, help build it, and have us all come down so much better than we were. If we do that and we've executed our mission and we're fatigued, tired, but giddy with success, that's what I'm looking for.
The Crew-8 convoy now passing Kennedy's iconic Vehicle Assembly Building. Now this is where NASA will stack its Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft for Artemis II, which is expected to launch in September of next year, and it'll send 4 astronauts around the moon.
And amazing efforts going. As I mentioned, that's where the chief of the astronaut office is now, is working with the Artemis II crew on recovery, and we'll be stacking the Orion on top of the SLS there in no time at all. It's going to fly by, and they'll be sending humans around the moon for the first time in a long time.
There's the VAB there. You see the big meatball on the left hand of your screen. You can't miss that building here.
On a dry day when you're flying here in a T-38, when you hit the west coast of Florida, you can actually see it. If it's clear and dry, you can actually see the VAB from the west coast of the peninsula, because it's the biggest thing. It's so massive.
Yeah. And we have a former technical intelligence officer for the CIA and U.S. patent holder flying with Crew-8. Here's more on mission specialist Jeanette Epps.
What I love about space exploration is finding out new things, learning new things we never thought we would learn in my lifetime. My name is Jeanette Epps. I am a mission specialist for the NASA SpaceX Crew-8 mission to the International Space Station. I am from Syracuse, New York, where it's very cold. I am one of 7 children. My twin sister, Janet, yes, Janet and Jeanette, we both loved science as kids. Janet went on to become a molecular cell biologist, and I became an aerospace engineer. I think I always secretly wanted to become an astronaut. I just never thought that it was something that was obtainable. In 2008, a friend of mine, Leland Melvin, called me and said that they were accepting applications for the next class. I thought it was my last chance to apply, and so I did. June 2009, I received a phone call from Peggy Whitson, and she asked if I wanted to join the Astronaut Corps. It was very overwhelming and emotional for me to actually get that call and be selected. Prior to coming to NASA, I worked for Ford Motor Company and then I went on to work for the Central Intelligence Agency. At both of those places, I learned to be very deep in technical matters, but then also how to become operational. Our mission will entail getting on the vehicle, flying to the space station, taking care of the International Space Station, and then we'll also conduct experiments. Each individual will be an experiment in and of themselves, how our cells behave, how our blood changes, how our bone density changes, muscle mass. We're looking at everything to figure out countermeasures for the human body so that it can live longer and longer outside the Earth's protection. Not only will we be an experiment, but we'll have other experiments on board that we'll conduct. The experiments that we conduct hopefully will get the human body and other things to the moon and then from the moon to Mars. I will be the GEM specialist, which is the Japanese experiment module. I may get a chance to operate their robotic arm to help them with experiments that they'll do outside of the space station. Since this will be my first trip to the International Space Station, I'm looking forward to viewing the Earth from an amazing vantage point, but also experiencing all the nuances that go along with that. As we walk to the launch pad, as we're strapped into the vehicle, the things that I believe I'll be feeling: unbelief, surrealism, but also joy. And then once we go into orbit, just to see the Earth from that vantage point, and then thinking of ways that we're gonna work on the space station that's gonna help our home that we're now untethered to. When I get to the space station, I'm expecting that it will be like home. We've trained so much here on Earth in a mock-up that looks just like the International Space Station. The biggest thing I'll have to do is adapt to space during the first 2 weeks of being there, and then I'll settle into home.
An aerial view as we get into Crew-8's Mission Specialist 2, cosmonaut Alexander Grubenkin. He has an engineering degree in radio communications, broadcasting, and television.
Действительно того, что мы получая на орбите, используем на Земле. Поэтому, если прям вот вкратце, это ведь и новые материалы, это новые лекарства, новые какие-то открытия, которые связаны именно, скажем так, здоровьем людей, то есть обследования, которые там возможны. Я Александр Гребенкин, я являюсь специалистом полета миссии Crew-8 на Международную космическую станцию. Целей несколько. Основная из этих целей — это, конечно же, та научно-прикладная работа, которая будет выполняться с использованием различного оборудования, с использованием различных укладок. Это, конечно же, задачи, связанные с обслуживанием, своевременным ремонтом и дооснащением систем Международной космической станции. Это очень действительно важно, потому что космонавтика, она в первую очередь приносит пользу именно здесь, как бы это ни казалось странным, на Земле, в условиях микрогравитации. Они позволяют открывать новые горизонты, разрабатывать новые препараты. Это все используется впоследствии здесь, на Земле. Есть даже сведения о том, что некоторые заболевания, которые раньше ожидание увидеть нашу красавицу Землю с высоты орбитального полета, и то, что я задумал много-много лет назад, пока буду осторожен в высказываниях, штатно мы услышим заветный лифт-офф и подъем, и окажемся на станции, и будем, самое главное...
You are seeing live images now of Crew-8's convoy arriving at launch pad 39A. They'll be driving around the back, right, Raja?
Yep, yeah, they kind of take a circuitous route, head up to some trailers, basically have a bio break if they need it before they head out to up to the elevator to the rocket.
A bathroom break.
Yeah. Some awesome videos there of the crew members. It was really cool seeing Mike Barrett when he was first a flight doc in NASA. I don't think I'd seen some of those pictures before.
Yeah. And real quick about the bathroom break, this is the last opportunity they're going to have, right?
Right. I mean, they've got what's called MAGs, maximum absorbency garments, which is a fancy acronym for a diaper. But yeah, this is the last chance to not use a diaper.
And you don't have to be an astronaut to share in this experience of traveling to space. Just check out our Crew-5 astronauts as they explain how you can get a virtual guest passport.
Did you know there's been over 1 million registrations in NASA's virtual guest program since May 2020? From your neighbor To the Crew-8 astronauts, you might be surprised who is a NASA virtual guest.
Do you have Mars 2020?
I do. Do you have James Webb?
Sure do. Do you have Crew-8?
Well, I've got it here, and you guys have it here, but I missed it here.
We conducted over 200 science experiments and technology demonstrations on our mission. We love being part of Expedition 68. We even remembered a virtual guest passport for Einstein, our freefall indicator, but we forgot to register and missed the stamp.
Even if you're doing existing research, never miss a stamp from NASA's virtual guest program. Whether you're en route to the International Space Station or located anywhere around the globe, register at nasa.gov/virtual guests to receive updates on missions and milestones. As a virtual guest, you will receive curated resources and a stamp for your passport following a successful launch.
Remember, you only get the updates and stamp if you register.
I joined. I won't miss it next time.
And if you missed the QR code or the website that they had up on your screen there, we're going to bring it up for you one more time. Here's the QR code on the bottom right. Just scan it, or nasa.gov/virtual guest. It's really important for us here at NASA to include as many people as possible to really bring you into what we hope to accomplish by heading into space.
Yeah, it's obviously only so many people can get on site here at KSC. It's late at night, so yeah, the more people that we can bring in and watch virtually and from home, the better. And hopefully the next generation of kids out there who's going to solve all the problems we need to solve to be able to live on the moon and Mars. So I know we don't have all the solutions, but I know someone out there does.
We are now T-minus 2 hours, 59 minutes, 28 seconds and counting. The crew arrived early to the pad. That was scheduled for T-minus 2 hours and 55 minutes. Right now, as Raja said, they are taking their last real bathroom break before they're going to get into the launch tower there, walk across the crew access arm that you see at the top of your screen there, and into their Dragon spacecraft, Dragon Endeavour.
And there's also some time here. More than likely, they're probably getting some updates on the weather. We mentioned before, the ASP had kind of set up their equipment. Different crew members have different ways of setting up things on their legs and on their suits in terms of whether it's on a card or whether they put notes in the iPad that they have on. And so this is also the time to kind of, any of these free moments you have are times you're sort of going through that mental rehearsal or kind of configuring things, making sure your notes are where you want them.
Right.
So it's always nice to be a little bit ahead as opposed to feeling rushed to have that stuff set up.
Just to set expectations for what we will soon see. So in pairs, right, Raja, we're going to see the commander, Matt, and the pilot, Mike. They'll be the first to take a look at their rocket and then head up the launch tower, yeah? Exactly, yeah, and it's mainly driven by when you get the strap-in part, trying to have all 4 people strap in at the same time would be kind of just be crowded. And so for that reason, they do 2 at a time, and they do the 2 middle seats first. Like you said, Matt and Mike will get in, and then the 2 outer seats. So that's the reason they split it up into like a 2v2. Yeah, we're going to take our viewers inside the crew access arm in the white room, which is the room that's at the end of the crew access arm just before they get into the Dragon spacecraft. I mean, they're going to see that it's tight. Yeah, and and the reason it's tight was partially just because you're on the top of a giant tower, but also because it's essentially a clean room. They call it the white room, which harkens back to original days of spaceflight, the terminology that was used then. But it's basically it is a mobile clean room, so you can see all that. That black plastic and rubber, those are seals, and so it is, and then you can see the air hose running into the cabin. So it is not hot and humid in there like it is outside that area, and so they're temperature controlling it, humidity controlling it, but most importantly, what we call foreign object debris controlling for that, because even something like a human hair across that hatch could keep it from sealing, and so you'll see that's why they wear those black ninja outfits. They'll have the masks and everything on to keep anything. They'll have booties on. You can see that white square thing before the hatch is sticky material, so that catches any
lint, little pieces of pebbles or whatever that might have been picked up as they go from the elevator, but the crew will have booties on their boots until they get to the outside the crew access arm and then take those off and they go through the clean room. But that catches anything else. And then you can see there's like a little piece of Kapton tape over the hatch seal. So everything is protected to maintain the integrity of that hatch. And here they are coming to take a look at the rocket.
That's right. There's Matt and Mike walking over to get a good look at their ride to space.
And like we mentioned, it's hard to see because the helmet's heavy and not really melt to tilt backwards, so you got to kind of lean back.
Yeah.
And you can see he's bracing his chin, trying to tilt the helmet up.
Taking a nice long look.
And as you mentioned, the capsule is being used for the 5th time, but a brand new booster. And SpaceX has
recline back.
Pioneered the reuse of both the booster and the capsule, so pretty amazing with the...
Yep, 5th time Dragon, 1st time Falcon 9 today. And now here they are. They're getting into an elevator that will take them up the launch tower. We won't be joining them inside the elevator, but we do have a picture of the buttons inside there. If we can pull that up as they walk inside, as you can see, the bottom floor is Earth. And where they'll be going to is space.
Makes it very easy to know which button you have to push.
Yeah, no confusion there, huh? Was it like that for you, or is that a new addition?
I think the space is a new addition. I think for ours, it was still the other numbers correspond to the feet off the ground, is what those numbers are. And so you can imagine with Artemis, it's going to be an even bigger number. They actually come up here. There's actually kind of a 2 floors. They come out here and then wrap around and go up another very short set of stairs that goes up to the actual level where the crew access arm is at.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw that since they're going into the clean room, you saw the Ninjas have they have the hoods on for their hair as well, like I mentioned. So 21, like we mentioned before, that's Denise, who's the ASP. It's a little harder to tell that now that everyone's got the hoods on.
That's why the numbers are probably really
Exactly,
important.
yep.
All right, so we have Matt and Mike walking up, like you said, a set of stairs. That'll bring them to the final level where they'll connect.
Correct,
to the
yep, and those yellow chevrons you see on the ground, if they have to egress, they don't actually have to go back down those stairs. They're slide wires that go from the top of the tower down to the ground, and so those chevrons are meant that if there's bad visual conditions, you can look down and know which way to go.
So they'll be walking against it to get into the crew access
Correct.
arm.
Yep.
But if there were an emergency, they'd be going with the chevrons.
Right, you can see over their right shoulder is the access arm, and then you can see Alexander and Jeanette down at the bottom of the elevator getting their time and their chance to take a look at the rocket.
The rocket recline, and then we saw some waves from Alexander.
And it's kind of a cool view with all the lights on it at night.
I wonder how they're feeling in this moment to see their ride. I mean, and to also be at the base of this rocket. Like, we've been seeing beautiful views of it, but to really be at the bottom of it looking up, that's when it becomes really...
It's pretty exciting, and I think that's why I think 100% of the people you see, even though it's uncomfortable on your head and shoulders, still tilt all the way back, because it is a pretty impressive sight to look straight up and just see the rocket and actually get a sense of scale. It's really hard for us when we see it from a distance, with nothing to really compare it to, you kind of lose that sense of how big it actually is.
To the left side of your screen, that's a great shot from, again, our flight ops team here. That's a helicopter that's orbiting the pad right now, giving you that beautiful shot of Mike and Matt. They're making phone calls.
Yep, so you can see in the left-hand picture is the view of where they're at on the pad arm, and the right side was the crew access arm, and on the right-hand view, you're seeing number 21, Denise, there operating the pad phone there for them to call to their family before they actually go into the crew access arm.
Yeah, the mission specialists are about to catch up right now with Matt and Mike there. So this phone call, you mentioned that Denise helps them, and it's because of the gloves they're wearing, right, to dial?
Yeah, exactly. It's and also, again, we're just super conservative about anything getting contaminated or touching anything. So, but yeah, it's mostly just because in the gloves, it's hard to actually, probably a high likelihood of misdialing, trying to dial a phone.
And this is an opportunity maybe to call some of the folks that you did just see at Crew Walkout to say, hey, I made it,
Right, it
but
could
also
be,
others,
Yeah,
right?
it could be that. It could be people that maybe couldn't travel here for whatever reason, maybe aren't well enough to travel, but are still pretty important people in their life. So that's the other, I think, common thing that people might do. You see they're getting rid of the cooling units there. So they left them. You can see like the bottom, the middle is one of those blue cooling units, but as now they transitioned into the crew access arm.
And there we have Commander Matt Dominic, pilot Michael Barrett, walking down the crew access arm towards their Dragon Endeavor. Walked into the camera. Here they are now into that white room, like we were saying. So it looks like they are removing their gloves now.
Yep, it looks like they might be signing the around the meatball here.
So this is another tradition.
Yep.
We have the NASA meatball here, and starting with Demo 2 with Bob Hurley and
Bob Benkin and
Bob
Doug
Benkin.
Hurley.
Yeah, oops, I was like, whoa, wait. You say their names often, all the time together, and then, but so they sign their names around this meatball.
Yep, and then it started as many traditions start. Once one crew has done it, then you keep doing it.
Running out of space there too.
We're gonna need another meatball.
And right next to the meatball was actually the SpaceX logo, and that is signed by the crews of Axiom 1, 2, and 3.
Yep.
Axiom Space is the first commercial company to transport private crews to and from the International Space Station. And they launched all 3 missions with SpaceX, and the logo was also signed by the Inspiration 4 crew, so the first all-civilian crew to orbit the Earth. So again, this is like a physical representation of all that we've been doing in the last few years,
And
2020.
and like a perfect representation of the partnership too. Right? You can see the public and the private right next to each other, and it just indicates that enabling private space by utilizing government infrastructure. I mean, it's the same pad, the same facilities, the same Kennedy Space Center, and doing both things and working in tandem with one another to make it all happen.
So what's happening now? FOD checks, is that what's happening? Foreign object debris checks?
I think so. It looks like they're putting their hands back in the gloves, so they took their hands out to sign. It's crew preference on whether you want to ingress with your hands in your gloves or not, so it looks like they both are electing to put them back in their gloves now. So that's what they're doing now, is redoing that, and then like we talked about before, once Mike gets his back in there, they'll re-verify visually that it's the zipper's closed. Maddie there, who's got the white cuff checklist on, number 11, is also watching the time all the time and keeping them on timeline.
And you were talking about FOD again, foreign object debris. I mean, it is as small as something like a hair, which actually got into the seal for Crew 5's launch, and they had to reopen the seal, remove that hair before they could close the seal for launch, or close the hatch for launch.
Yeah, and that's why the last thing you saw the suit tech there is pull off that umbilical cover off their right leg. That was that white plastic piece he took off, because you're also trying to prevent any FOD from getting into the cooling loop or into the connectors there until you're actually in because the spacecraft is essentially kept completely sanitary and clean. So once you're in there, in theory, there should be nothing else that can contaminate the suit. And like we mentioned, they've got their booties off now as the last thing before they go across that piece. And then come Jeanette and Alexander.
Yep, Jeanette and Alexander. Jeanette Epps, Alexandra Grabenkin, our 2 mission specialists for Crew-8, walking across the crew access arm, about to join their crewmates in Dragon. You saw some waves, thumbs up. They're chatting as they make their way across the crew access arm.
They'll do the signing of the meatball here while the other 2 are getting strapped in.
Yeah, the other 2 are already both in. So we have Matt and Mike already inside Dragon. Going into Dragon, that's called ingressing. They just ingressed into Dragon. This crew is moving.
It's better to be ahead than behind, that's for sure.
Exactly. So that's Alexander signing right there. And now Jeanette.
And you can see, like you alluded to earlier, like why they don't all four try to get in at the same time. In microgravity, it's easy to do because you've got the vertical and three-dimensional space you can use when you're not constrained by 1G, but here on the ground trying to have four people and the suit techs and the hatch techs, all those people all in the same spot, it gets pretty crowded.
Yeah, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 people either in the capsule, at least 8 people, either in the capsule or in the White Room right now. So as you said, removing their boot coverings, essentially. Walking on that sticky tape to grab anything off of the soles of their shoes before they ingress as well.
Yep, and you can see the techs are making sure their helmet is protected on the way in, just so you don't accidentally bump either the hatch seal or damage the helmet.
How big of a space are we talking about? Can you give us an idea for how wide it is in their Dragon?
Inside the Dragon?
Yeah.
So it's, I mean, you can see that the 4 seats across, and then below the seats, it gets a little wider. So it's wide enough that you can lay head to foot pretty comfortably. You can probably fit 2 people down there. And then it narrows as it goes up. So above the displays that Mike's using right now, you could probably fit 1 person laying horizontally. So it's actually pretty comfortable.
Actually, Dragon is configured for 7 passengers if needed, right?
Right. The original outer mold line design was built so where you see the cargo bags underneath Mike and Matt's feet, that at one point early in the design was considered for extra seats. That wasn't. That's not what it's certified for now, but that was originally part of the original concept. You can see number 22. Those products I was talking about earlier that each crew runs a little differently. Some like have what we call like lineup cards. Some use the iPad. Some maybe have wave for Matt
waving,
there.
yeah. Finding the camera, he sees us. Thumbs up. I think that's for you, Raja. From a turtle to another turtle. So as we can see, Matt and Mike have their harness on. It's a 5-point harness.
Yep. Yeah. So there's a harness, and then also where their boots are at, there's a connection in the sole of their boot that locks their feet into the footrests, and then you're seeing that they're helping. You can see a good view of Alexander's thing. It's like a rotary knob that those 5 straps go into.
And it looks like on Mike's right leg, that's where the umbilical will be connected to, right?
Right, they're all connected right now. You can see it on Jeanette's, on all their right legs. You can see it's connected. So at some point, I would assume they'll start doing comm checks. They can probably hear each other at this point, would be my guess, depending on whether the ground's configured yet.
Yeah, comm checks are
They'll usually probably wait for the text to get out of there, just otherwise you hear a bunch of background noise.
Gotcha. Yeah, so explain what the umbilical system does. Like, what do they get through these umbilicals that they're now attached to?
Yeah, so the umbilical gives them air, both for cooling and the breathing air, and then also it's the comm link. So that's the 2 big things. That's so environmental control and then communication. And then on the armrests are the actual controls for talking, for volume, what's called Vox, which is a setting of how loud you have to talk for the other people to hear you, because you don't want to hear people breathing. So it's a sensitivity setting. So that's what on their hand rests, they have buttons that control that. You can see, kind of like I mentioned, this is now where they're putting on what we call the crew configured items. So it looks like maybe that's a mirror, I think, like a wrist mirror. So pretty common to see. We'll see that on like the EVA suits, and that's because once you're at pressure, it's hard to read things on your own suit.
I see. And the team actually, Raja, just got another weather brief, and right now, launch weather here at Kennedy is 85% go.
Nice. Great news.
And we have that up there. There's still some concerns. Again, flight through precipitation, anvil cloud rule. Explain what those rules are, Raja, and why we do have to keep a close eye on launch weather.
Sure, yeah. So the flight through precipitation is just kind of the physics of a vehicle going really fast. If you imagine driving in your car at 25 miles per hour.
Dragon SpaceX, loud and clear from Hawthorne. How you doing?
We're almost dropped in. We'll get you a real com check here in a minute.
Copy.
So you heard that call out. They're getting ready for comm checks. That was just
They're just saying they're in their seats. Yep.
So real quickly, obviously.
So yeah, so the flight through precep is just the speed, at that speed with the rain hitting the structure of the rocket, the concern that it causes structural damage. And then the anvil clouds is...
SpaceX, field D for com check.
Pilot, loud and clear. How me?
Charlie 2, good to be with you guys today.
View there is MCCX and Hawthorne.
Use well, Mike.
And the anvil cloud rule is essentially thunder clouds, is when you talk about anvil clouds. And so the concern there is lightning, also potentially hail that can be in the uplift part of the anvil. That's as the air circulates, the nasty stuff usually gets pushed up higher. So avoiding flying through that is usually something we try to do.
But again, improving trends, 85% go here at the launch site, and also improving trends along the Ascent corridor. So teams are growing even more optimistic that today we will see Crew-8 launch to the International Space Station.
I'm looking forward to it. So it looks like they're configuring the straps on those, what they call the satchels, those crew satchels that have a mix of basically like some of the product, like lineup cards. They have some emergency egress cards and some other things like that. Some quick, basically things if you need to get to checklist quickly, you've got it in there. You can see next to Mike's right arm, another tradition of putting the crews that have been in that particular Dragon capsule in Endeavour, their patches along the bulkhead to his right.
Oh, look at this view. It's a really tight space, but I really appreciate the camera teams there giving us these great views of our crew. So as was reported out, they're in their seats, strapped in. We expect comm checks soon, followed by seat rotation, and then suit leak checks. They're ready. Thumbs up for all those things coming up from all 4 crew members. It's nice to see them looking calm and collected and ready, it looks
Ready
like.
to go. And pretty good view there of the stuff below Mike and Matt's feet. You can see not just the people going up there on the Crew-8 vehicle, but also cargo. And so the white canvas bags are called CTBs, and then those lockers in the middle are powered payloads, meaning it's probably science that needs either cooling or heating or or air circuit, something to preserve whatever it is that needs power. And so the Dragon has the ability to take really high value and high-end science to and from the space station because we can bring it back to Earth for further analysis. And so things that are, perishable, that we can't necessarily don't have all the tools on the space station to analyze, you can bring back, which is a pretty amazing capability that we now have with the commercial crew program.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reason why they're going up to the International Space Station.
It's all about science. So that if you can actually, keep the science preserved, that's huge.
If you're just joining us, it is T-minus 2 hours, 38 minutes until Crew-8, you see there, launches to the International Space Station as part of NASA's Commercial Crew Program. Commander Matt Dominic, pilot Michael Barrett, and mission specialist Jeanette Epps, Alexandra Gurbenkin, strapped into their seats inside Dragon Endeavour, waiting for comm checks, as well as their seats to be rotated into the launch positions.
Yeah, so what you're not seeing in this view is all the activity in the white room as the techs are starting now to clear out those hatch seal covers and prepare the hatch for closure and start working all the white room ops. There you can see it there. And then, as you mentioned, so they're getting ready for comms checks, what probably Mike and Matt were doing on the displays there. We're configuring the different seats. You can set up different relative volumes between different loops. So kind of like if you were talking to me and someone else was talking at the same time, I can vary that mix. And more than likely the crew kind of has an idea over time of how they like that set up. So that's probably what they're configuring. And then, like I mentioned, doing checks amongst themselves one at a time with one person talking and make sure you're not getting bleed over into someone else's comm, as it can be pretty annoying to hear.
Yes, Jack, and ready for com checks, 1.4.
So now we'll listen in here as they run through all
Copy,
the
let's
different
do it. Let's go left to right across the vehicle. MS1, Commander, Pilot, MS2, com check.
MS1, com check.
Jeanette, loud and clear.
Loud and clear as well.
Com check.
Matt, loud and clear.
Same.
Com check.
Mike, 5x5.
The same.
Full com check.
And Alexander, loud and clear. Thanks all. Good evening, Crew-8. That's the umbilical comm check. And next up is seat rotation. Report when ready for that.
Ready for rotation.
Copy, standby 1.
So I mentioned that as the umbilical comm check, meaning they'll still have to do what's called RF comm checks later, which we'll hear later on.
Yeah, there's different kinds of comms, right?
Exactly.
Ground stations, TDRS.
Different pathways, exactly. So they're getting ready to rotate the seats. So what the crew's probably talking about now is making sure they have all their hands and legs inside, restrained, nothing's out and about, so that when the seats rotate, you don't want to get anything stuck.
And why do we want to rotate the seats?
So the position they're in now is much more convenient to ingress in 1G. It's you're able to easily get in and out of the capsule. You saw they could kind of stand as they did that, but it wouldn't be the best to be in this position for launch.
Dragon SpaceX, initiating seat rotation.
If they were to stay in that same position they're at now, as the vehicle goes up, the force of the acceleration, the gravity vector and that acceleration vector will pull the blood down towards the bottom of the capsule. So in the position they had been in, that would pull the blood out of their brain. So very similar to when fighter pilots fly and do G-strains to keep the conscious, it would be the same thing. And to avoid doing that, since this is a much longer ascent, it's a multi-minute thing, we rotate them onto their backs, and that way, when that acceleration vector pulls the blood down, it's still staying in their head. It's mostly staying in their chest and head, which is a much more sustainable, basically, body position to have.
Yeah, basically, you're saying that if they were to stay in the position that they were in, they could pass out.
Yeah, they definitely would pass out. Yeah.
How much G-force are you experiencing?
Dragon SpaceX, we see 4 seats in the launch position.
How much of that force are you seeing at launch?
And with that, you go for section 2, suit leak check prep.
All right.
It's about 4 to 5 Gs, Megan and peak, and it builds right before first stage cutoff and second stage ignition, and then the second stage kind of builds slowly from about 2 to 5 Gs by the time the second engine cuts off. So about 5 Gs peak.
Wow. And so what you just heard on the mission audio loops again is that they are they have confirmed that the seats have been rotated into the launch position, and now they are getting ready for suit leak checks, which, again, you saw them do that in the suit-up room, so this should look familiar to you. It's just now that they're in Dragon, they're testing it here, and as you can see, visors are down, they're all ready.
Exactly, and the reason we're having to redo it is you saw them open the gloves up before. Presumably, they didn't have to use the restroom. They would have to open up the bottom part of the torso zippers. And so since they broke that seal, they now have to recheck it. But what we did rule out by doing the leak checks in the suit room is there's probably nothing mechanically wrong with
Dragon care complete. Ready for leak checks.
Copy, we see it. Your go for section 3.
There you go for 3.
In the back and forth, you're hearing it referring to steps. So there's overall procedure numbers, and then steps within that procedure, and that's what they're talking about. And there's different ones where you want to verify with the ground before you command it.
And you can tell that the suit leak checks were successful because we have a good view of Alexander here, but like the top of his suit is now approaching his head again because they're depressurizing the suit now that they know it can hold the right pressure.
Right, so you'll see them, it actually takes a few minutes for it to run, so you'll see them kind of hold still and just kind of sit there. It's checking both the pressurization and, like you mentioned, the depressurization, like the rate it comes out. Unlike the leak checks in the suit room, in this case, you can actually also test out your ability to see the displays. It's like you mentioned, Megan, the helmet kind of expands up on your head. And so you want to make sure that you've got your chin and that helmet kind of interface into the pad and the foam around it such that you can still see the displays if there was a depress event and your suit pressurized.
And the targeted time for seat rotation was T-minus 2 hours, 29 minutes. Suit leak checks, 2 hours, 28 minutes. So as you can see, we are
running
ahead of schedule.
Yeah, and so unlike before, earlier in the flow where you saw they would just hold and wait for that whatever time was supposed to be done, at this point they'll let them get ahead because if there are any unforeseen delays later, you want to build all the pad that you can.
So on the right hand of your screen, we're seeing again inside the white room. Talk to us about what the SpaceX ninjas are doing right now. We see them shining a light on the seal.
So yeah, they're doing hatch seal inspections right now. So more than likely visually inspecting them as well as probably photo documenting it and running video over it. So they've got documentation of what that seal looks like before they close it. And then once they've done that and actually close the hatch, they'll also start running through hatch leak checks, very similar to the suit leak checks, except on the hatch. The reason they're not doing that is because they don't want to start that process until they knew the suit leak checks are good. So some of the folks up there are suit techs. So if there was a problem with the suit leak check, you have the expertise on hand, already in the clean room, ready to go to basically troubleshoot it right away.
Oh, that's great. As you can see from the graphic on your screen, up next, hatch close. Again, first, successful suit leak checks we have to see. We have to successfully check the seal around the hatch, and then they will close the hatch, and that'll be the last time they open the hatch until it splashes down,
Exactly,
right?
yep. Yeah, that hatch is not the same one they used for docking on the space station. You can't actually see it in this particular view. It's on top of the spacecraft in this configuration. But yeah, you're definitely right. This is the same one. A lot of the same people, actually, too. A lot of these ninjas will be the ones that are on the recovery boat about 6 months from now. So you can see he's got like a little lint-free cloth there that he's dabbing at something on the seal.
Such meticulous work has to happen.
Dragon showing 4 good leak checks.
There's the call of 4 good leak checks, so that's a good sign.
Copy, Dragon. We see the same 4 good leak checks. At this time, the closeout team is going to hop back in the vehicle for final closeout steps before exiting the capsule. Your go for Section 4.
Section 4, thank you.
So now they know the suits are good, that what he was talking about, the SpaceX folks will come inside, basically do a once over the inside of the capsule, make sure, there was nothing, nothing accidentally left behind, nothing out of configuration, kind of one last check if all the straps are tight. The crew is, because now they've done the leak check, what can happen is that suit expands, it loosens the straps, and so just making sure everything is still as it was.
And as they continue to inspect the seal, let's talk a little bit about the comm checks that are coming up. So checks through the umbilicals, that happened, but we still have other checks. Can you talk us through the different ones and why there are several ones?
Yeah, sure. There's different methods, or what we call RF chains or radio frequency chains, or you may call them loops, or they may also call them dragon to ground, space to ground. But it's just different ways of referring to different pathways that the RF flows. So you mentioned TDRS earlier, which is the tracking data and relay system. So that's one way. There's direct like radio comms. And so basically what they're doing is trying and making sure all those pathways work on the ground before they launch. And the other thing they do is talk to different stations. And so there's both the loops and the way the electromagnetics and all that flows. There's also within the control rooms different subloops of lots of people talking, but the crew only hears a very small subset of that through what either the Capcom or the core relays to them. But there is, for launch, the ability of some key people to be able to talk directly to the crew if there's an off-nominal situation. So they're going to check all those relay paths. So you'll hear like the voice of the CE, the chief engineer, the LD, the launch director. So you'll hear some of those people make sure that they have a path that goes all the way from the chair they're sitting in and the console they're on all the way to the crew in the vehicle.
And that's a good awareness for our viewers as well. You know, they're hearing chatter on the loops, but there is a lot more that's going on in the background to make sure that everything's working properly. And
yeah, the crew is not hearing the vast majority of the back chatter you heard, right? And the average controller probably has like 14 or 15 loops that they're listening to and talking on and having different conversations. And then there's a long tradition in spaceflight that comes from aviation that only one person actually sort of filters all that information and then passes it up to the crew. And so we call it the Capcom in NASA speak, or they call it the core in SpaceX at MCCX. The same thing both here and then on the ISS we do the same thing. Artemis, it's been that way since Mercury and beyond.
can you break down those acronyms for folks?
Sure.
Core
Capcom's Capsule Communicator Core.
Crew Operations and Resource Engineer.
There you go. So that would have been one for someone to ask about social media. They would have stumped me, but you had it.
Acronyms are huge here at NASA, so it's easy to forget one once in a while.
It's a fun game to try to guess what the acronym means.
And so those satchels on their legs, that's where
Dragon SpaceX ComCheck.
They're monitoring everything essentially.
Right. So that
SpaceX Dragon loud and clear.
Copy loud and clear. That was over the TDRS network. That's the launch configuration. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD.
Check.
Dragon DC on countdown 1. Comm check.
DC Dragon loud and clear.
DC loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1. Comm check.
MD Dragon loud and clear, homie.
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground. Comm check.
MD Dragon to ground loud and clear.
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1. Comm check.
LD! Dragon loud and clear. We're excited.
Hey, Matt, got you loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon ground. Dragon, LD on Dragon ground. Comm check.
LD, Dragon, Frank, we got you loud and clear.
LD, loud and clear.
And Dragon, that'll do it. Launch configuration comm checks complete.
Yeah, so you heard Matt pretty excited to be talking to some of those folks. I mentioned families earlier, and that's just another piece of the family. There's the Dragon family, there's the ISS family, the Houston family, there's the F9 Kennedy family. And so about a year prior to launch, the crew first starts actually interacting with the same folks that are on the loops with them this evening. It was actually kind of worked out good that it scrubbed last night, as I got a chance to meet my CE. And so it was really interesting. You heard the familiarity in the voices, which is a really big part of the team building. So even though Jared, who's my CE, had grown out a beard and his hair was longer, as soon as I heard his voice, I recognized him immediately, even though he looked different. And just, you learn over time, and after multiple sims of hearing the intonation in their voice, and just like the crew learns to work together, you learn to work with those people and all the controllers and hear things in their voice that give you an indication of what's going on. Some of those voices are coming from here at Kennedy, some were coming from Hawthorne,
right.
And then we're also tied into MCC Houston, so we've got 3 different sites. And you mentioned some of the loops that we're not hearing. It's not just whether they're tracking, but there's all kinds of things about, are the recovery ships ready to go? Are the DoD forces that are ready for off-nominal, are they ready to go? So it's an amazing orchestra of stuff happening. You're seeing the front rooms, Hawthorne on the left and Houston on the right, and there's a bunch of back rooms for each of those positions. There's a whole lot of another team of experts that are feeding information up to them.
Yeah, it takes a lot of people to send folks to space.
It's super humbling to be the astronaut that just gets to be the tip of the spear that all those folks are supporting, and it's a amazing job to be able to do that. And it sounds like Matt and his crew are ready to go and excited.
We are now at 2 hours, 22 minutes from the liftoff of the Falcon 9 from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Crew-8, you see them there, currently inside Dragon Endeavour. We have 3 first-time flyers on this mission. We have Commander Matt Dominic and Mission Specialist Jeanette Epps and Alexander Gurbenkin. As for pilot Michael Barrett, who's seated second from the left, this will be his 3rd visit to the International Space Station.
Yep, and they're excited to go up there. Actually, I was after yesterday, I was able to message back and forth with Jaws and Laurel and pass the word on to them. So they sent me a pretty awesome picture of their sad faces that the 3rd turtle wasn't going to be up there for a while, but they're ready to catch Endeavour when it shows up to dock with the space station.
Yeah, Andy Mogensen launched on Crew-7, and he wrote on Twitter today that we should say Crew-8 is Crew-late. And they're all excited to see them.
Yeah, it's weird. What's weird been thinking about is you train a lot together, and then all of a sudden the crew in front of you is gone, and the next time you see them, it's in space, which is a pretty surreal place to have a reunion.
So we have the split screen, obviously, of our Crew-8 astronauts inside of the Dragon capsule, and right outside, again, the White Room as they work to close the side hatch there. But so far, we are running ahead of schedule, actually. Astronauts have completed their comm checks, their different ones, as Raja mentioned, to make sure they can communicate with the teams here on the ground. They can communicate through satellites around the world. They can communicate with each other. Their seats have rotated from upright to their reclined launch position, which allows them to see and access the display panel, which you can see both Mike and Matt. It's off camera, but you can see them touching display screens in front of them. They also have completed their suit leak checks to make sure their spacesuits are working properly. And again, now the closeout team will verify that cabin environments are stable, and they are working to close the side hatch of the Dragon spacecraft. It looks like they just removed something, actually, Raja.
Yep, so those are pads to protect the seals, and like we mentioned, when they're getting in, they're holding their helmets to make sure that nothing gets scratched, so they're pulling off that equipment. And yeah, the side hatch and the side hatch leak checks are the next big technical piece of the timeline. And so because of the importance of that, it's very procedure-driven and very intricate, which is why you see one person kind of running the procedure, then other persons checking the procedure is signed off, one person documenting it all. So as all those pieces are coming out, they're basically checking off a list of making sure everything is out of the spacecraft, everything's accounted for.
And so far, as we've been monitoring through cameras that we have in the White Room there, everything looking good? Nominal?
Yeah, everything seems to be looking good. You see there, he's taken the tech that it's right by the door there, was doing one more kind of wipe down of the actual sealing surface.
So yeah, now all the padding is gone.
Yep.
Now, if you've been watching us since we came on air at 7:15 p.m. Eastern Time, I'm NASA's Megan Cruz with NASA astronaut Raja Chari, who commanded NASA's SpaceX Crew-3 mission. The two of us are providing audio commentary right now, but we plan to expand our coverage about an hour before launch. We will come on camera and invite additional commentators to walk us through today's launch and ascent. Let's now take another look at the crew going into space today. Commander Matt Dominic, born and raised in Wheat Ridge, Colorado, married to Faith Dominic. They have 2 daughters, again, the youngest one. It was her birthday on Thursday. Matt earned a Master of Science degree in Systems Engineering from the Naval Postgraduate School. He was designated a Naval Aviator in 2007, made 2 deployments to the North Arabian Sea, flying close air support missions in support of Operation Enduring Freedom. He has more than 1,600 hours of flight time in 28 different aircraft, 48 carrier-arrested landings, and 61 combat missions. And this is the commander's first spaceflight.
And as you heard, he's excited to go. Definitely hear the excitement in his voice doing the ground checks. And then super excited to get to see Matt lead his crew up to the space station.
You know him well.
I do, yes. Matt and I have, I've started together in 2017, so it's been a great journey and always a joy to work with him. He makes every class, every training event fun and always, it's one of the favorite things he likes to say is so many questions. So he's a bit infamous for always having lots of questions for the instructors, but I think both they and us come away learning something new that we never expected every time.
That's right. There's no bad questions.
There is no bad questions, yeah.
We also have...
Only unasked ones are bad ones.
Exactly. We have Dr. Michael Barrett, Crew-8 pilot. Selected by NASA in 2000. He's the only one of Crew-8 who's been to space before, the only veteran. He was part of Expedition 1920 in 2009 and STS-133 in 2011. In total, 212 days in space. He is board certified in internal and aerospace medicine, has been awarded a bunch for his contributions to space medicine research. He lives in League City, Texas with his wife, Michelle, and they have 5 children. I'm told that he's the one who's going to make the best meals for the crew once they get to the space station. 1, for experience, he's been there before, but 2, because he likes to cook in weird places, apparently.
Yeah, as you heard him kind of express in his video earlier, he's got some really unique experience with space and in terms of having been part of the team that assembled the space station, having lived on the space station, and now getting to see it in its in an expanded form. So I think it's going to be really cool for him to get to see how it's grown and how the science has really matured, and it truly is an orbiting national laboratory, and all the research that's going on, which is near and dear to his heart. So it's, I think, a really cool circular journey for him to have started being one of the leading, flight med and science researchers at NASA, now an astronaut, and now getting to go actually do the science and add to that. Like I said, he's written the book on space medicine, so he's going to have some more hands-on experience to add another few chapters.
As we continue to monitor the closeout team working to close the side hatch, let's take a look at mission specialist Jeanette Epps. Also a first-time flyer from Syracuse, New York. She was a NASA fellow during graduate school and then worked for Ford Motor Company, where she received a U.S. patent for her research into auto collisions and countermeasure systems. And then after that, she joined the CIA for 7 years as a technical intelligence officer before becoming an astronaut in 2009. She has a Master of Science and a Doctorate of Philosophy in Aerospace Engineering. And we saw a picture of her twin earlier in the broadcast.
Yeah, that was very cool. Just like I had not seen young pictures of Mike, I had not seen a young picture of Jeanette and Janet, which, as she mentioned, if being a twin's not confusing enough, having almost the same names. But yeah, so excited for Jeanette. Like I mentioned before, such a cool background for her. I mean, everything from Ford to the CIA, like it's a true expanse, and I think very analogous to her career here at NASA of having seen different vehicles and having that unique insight, and taking that to the space station, and her deep technical knowledge and understanding. And as you heard in her video, she's very excited to be part of the scientific research and payloads and experiments going on up there. So it'll be fun to watch her in her element.
And on the far left of your screen, we have Alexander Grubenkin, mission specialist, looking really relaxed as they await side hatch closure. He is also a first-time flyer, graduated from the Irkutsk Military Aerospace Engineering Institute in 2002, where he majored in the engineering, maintenance, and repair of aircraft radio navigation systems. He then attended the Moscow Technical University of Communications and Informatics, graduating with a degree in radio communications, broadcasting, and television. He was accepted pretty recently into the Cosmonaut Corps 2018, and he'll be the flight engineer while on board the space station, which is what you served as.
Exactly, yep. So Alexander was essentially in the equivalent class of the Turtles. We were in 2017, and he was in the 2018 Cosmonaut class. They're offset a bit. Yeah, also great to see the members of their class going up to the space station, working with us side by side, and continuing the partnership between Soyuz and the U.S. launch vehicles. And at this point, pretty much what they're doing is kind of going through. You can see kind of how Alexander's eyes are towards the screen that Mike's on. This is kind of the crew's chance. They don't really have any actions with the side hatch closure, so this is their chance to go through the procedures for ascent and kind of talk through those again. So that when they talk internally to the capsule, that doesn't go outside, so they can be having conversations on the intercom that we don't hear and the ground doesn't hear. It's only when they push the button on their hand rest that it goes out. So most likely, you can see Matt scrolling there. They're going through just all the different scenarios and kind of what we call chair flying it, basically mentally prepping for what's going to come. So when it's later and you don't have time to talk about it, you've done all that now.
Right. Yeah, a lot of things happening in the background, and as we, again, continue to monitor what's happening around Dragon Endeavour right now, we do have another question from social media. This one is Vava on Instagram. How did you get a job at NASA, Raja?
Well, so the first step was apply. So we applied through USA Jobs. And as we mentioned before, the Flies, which is the 2021 class, is graduating here in a few days. So I would expect we will soon be hiring after that for a new class. So, yeah, the initial step is through USA Jobs. If you go to nasa.gov, or just Google nasa.gov, how to be an astronaut, it actually lists some of the requirements there, but essentially have a master's degree in a STEM field, be a medical doctor, are kind of the academic baseline requirements. And then from there, it's about a 1.5 year long process. You apply initially online. We review those applications and then eventually narrow down the field and do 2 rounds of interviews to eventually select a class that starts ASCAN training.
And I do want to point out, because we do get this question a lot, you don't have to be someone in a STEM background to get a job at NASA. We have a wide variety of jobs that support space exploration. So just because maybe math and science aren't your favorite subjects.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw all those rooms, like I mentioned, and all those people sitting in those control rooms, all the people that work to support the people in those control rooms. It's a huge community. I mean, if you mentioned the virtual passport, if people have actually got to visit Kennedy Space Center or Johnson Space Center or Marshall, any of the places, any of the centers, they're all almost little cities in themselves. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. It takes a whole community to get humanity to space, and whatever your talents or abilities are, we can definitely use them. Because the challenges for Artemis are many and difficult. So we can use all the help and talent we can get.
Of course, Artemis, NASA's campaign to establish a long-term presence on the moon. And then what we learn from that, we can further explore Mars. So Raja, walk us through what's happening in the White Room right now. It looks like they're back to inspecting the seal.
Yep, yeah, so you can see you've got like the high-density light out there. And so checking there's 2 surfaces. There's the capsule side and there's the hatch side, and both of them have seals, so they have to check both of those. And then amongst the seals, there's actually dual seals, a primary and a redundant seal. So it's essentially 4 sets of seals that they're checking.
Wow.
And so sometimes what can happen, it's pretty common on the space station, maybe there's like a discoloration or a divot. You can kind of see Maddie's iPad there. There's like pictures on the right side. So some of what they're doing is making sure that as you saw them doing the photo documentation before, like let's say there's like a place where it's a slightly different color, they'd want to go back and make sure, is that new or is that an existing documented thing? So that takes a little bit of time to cross-check those things, which is probably what's happening now, just making totally sure that there's no new damage is the wrong word, but no things that you're visually seeing that's different than it was already documented or already known.
Yeah, like we said, Crew-8, a hair was in the seal.
And
that is
it's
unacceptable.
Worth putting a lot of time into this because it is a pretty big time hit if you fail the hatch leak check. That's built into the timeline. You'll see if it all goes well, we'll have some more time. But that's one of the, the suit leak checks and these leak checks are both very important because problems there can very quickly delay things.
And again, we are still ahead of schedule in the timeline, the mission timeline, as we count down to liftoff. The side hatch close is set for T-minus 1 hour and 55 minutes, so we still have some time.
So about 10 minutes ahead.
Yep, still have some time to get that done and do it right.
The other thing that's happening is you can't get too far ahead because the vehicle actually has to command pressurization changes, which is happening in Hawthorne and also as part of an automated sequence. So there isn't a chance you could get too far ahead, which then could throw things off. So there is pause points waiting, because if they close the hatch and Hawthorne's not ready to actually send the commands to then change the valve configuration, then you wouldn't want to do that. So there's some coordination going back and forth there as well, I would imagine.
Since we mentioned the clock, a reminder to everyone, T0 liftoff time today is targeted for 10:53 p.m. and 38 seconds Eastern time. So we are counting down with 85% go for launch here at Kennedy Space Center.
Dragon, SpaceX for an update. Team still working towards side hatch closure and being extra cautious about some hairs they found on the seals. Not a concern, and they're just being cautious.
Dragon copy, thank you.
All right, so the team just reported that out to the crew. You heard Matt answering back that he copies, that he knows they are dealing with a couple of hairs in the seal.
And like we mentioned earlier, saw him using that lint-free cloth and taking pictures and comparing it to old pictures. So kind of exactly like we suspected. Saw a hair, cleaned it off, and then probably photo documenting where the hair was at and making sure that the act of wiping the hair off with that cloth didn't do any damage or leave any residual oils or anything like that behind. So that's, the other reason they're wearing gloves is just the oils of your skin touching those seals can degrade them.
Again, so meticulous. They have to be so careful.
So it looks like they're closing the hatch now, so they must be happy with what they've gotten for pictures and documentation. And like you said, the next big thing here is still about 9-ish minutes away from the planned time to start the leak checks.
Let's try to squeeze in another social media question. We have a lot coming in for you, Raja. This one is from Leslie on Twitch, asking, how come launch is so late in the day? Why not earlier?
Well, Leslie, it's just driven by the oral dynamics. Sometimes they are in the day, sometimes in the evening, so it's purely driven by what's called the phasing.
And Dragon, there's hatch closure. Stand by for transition to pad hatch closed. And then note for you, ensure all items are secure from now through launch.
Confirmation of side hatch close.
Dragon.
Yeah, so it's completely dictated by the orbit of the space station, so that's the ultimate target of where Dragon's going. So based on where the space station is and the days you're trying to launch, that's what drives the window. And you're trying to minimize the amount of propellant, essentially, that you want to use to do that. So you save opportunities for backup rendezvous. You heard the call there about monitor for state transition. So the crew now, well, you hear two kind of actions. One, to monitor for state transition. So one of the things the crew is watching through all this is what's called the flight computer state of Dragon on their displays, and that is sort of the major shifts in what the vehicle is doing, and that kind of drives the main flight computers. And then you also heard them say, make sure that they don't have any loose items at this point, and that's because now that the hatch is closed, if you were to drop something now, you'd have to open the hatch to go get it. So it would be not great to, this would not be the time for Mike to get out a pocket snack. So you'll see that at this point, pretty much everything they have is either going to be attached to them with a lanyard or stay on their leg, just so that there's no chance of it falling. And the reason that's a problem is it's not so much a FOD issue or affecting something mechanically in the vehicle. It's more what's called a flail, or if that loose thing were to start flying around the cabin during ascent. Worst case, like if it were to strike a visor or something like that, and cause damage. You asked about G loading before, so although if you were to drop an iPad on your toe now, it wouldn't hurt under 5 Gs. That would be 5 times the weight, and so it could potentially hurt or damage something.
I mean, most of us can think of it as if we were flying on a commercial plane, right? And like during takeoff, we're told to stow our belongings.
Right. Yep. Exactly.
So right now, they are crouched by the side hatch. Are they about to perform the pressure check, Raja?
They are. So the 17's blocking. You can't see in front of them, but there's a panel that they'll eventually cover up before they launch, and they've got some test equipment attached to that. So they're basically checking to make sure that now that the hatch is sealed, in theory, if the seal is good, it should be holding. You can add basically what's called positive pressure to the vehicle and make sure that it's not that value is holding.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a little while because you have to account for the effects of the temperature difference. So people who are maybe probably in high school would understand like the gas laws and how pressure, temperature are all related. So you have to account for that and give it time to be thermally stable. But that's essentially what they're doing right now, is making sure that if you add pressure to the vehicle, it's not going to escape somehow.
Got it. So yeah, essentially the same thing as a suit leak check, but for the
Right,
entire
but for the entire
capsule.
capsule.
Yep.
Yep. And the reason that little panel is off is that's where they run the equipment through to basically add the air and then check the values.
And so for those who've been following along with our commercial crew launches, you know that every Dragon astronaut crew brings a stuffed toy with them to space as a zero gravity indicator. When that toy starts floating, the crew, as we've seen, who've been strapped into their seats, that's their only visual confirmation that they've reached microgravity. So for the previous crew, Crew-7, that launched August of last year, they brought a stuffed sloth. And moments after reaching microgravity, Crew-7's pilot, Andy Mogensen, revealed that his family inspired the toy's selection.
They say I'm the slowest person alive, which is also why it's a 3-toed sloth, not a 2-toed sloth, because apparently that would be too fast for me. So welcome to space, Sasha the sloth.
And Raja, this is video of your crew's zero-G indicator. You guys also had a very specific reason for choosing this one, right?
We did, yeah. So ours was a blend of all the parts of our crew. So clearly it's a turtle, since Kayla and I were lucky enough to be turtles in space together. We named it FAO, which is German for turtle, since Matthias Maurer was our ESA astronaut with us. And it's actually specifically a peacock turtle, because Tom Marshburn, the pilot, their class is called the Peacocks. So it represented a piece of all of us. And you can see we even had a little space helmet for a turtle, so it could do EVAs with us.
Dragon SpaceX, clock ticking past T-minus 2 hours. We're going to step into a health check for the launch escape system. Expect a momentary flight computer state change, and then we'll be back in pad hatch closed.
Checking.
And we'll talk a lot more about the launch escape system coming up. But really quickly, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's basically the system, once there's propellant on the rocket, that if there's any kind of problem that the crew needs to immediately get away from the rocket, that it will propel the Dragon capsule, separate from the F9, and bring it back on its own. So the health checks, you talked about the reason they're giving that heads up. We mentioned the flight computer state that they're watching, and so they're seeing, they're giving that word so that when they see it change to something having to do with the launch escape system, that's a known planned event, as opposed to anything wrong with the launch escape system.
Right. So just checking that real quick. A critical piece of equipment that's obviously needed to make sure that in the event of an unlikely emergency, that the crew is safe. Real quick, just back to that zero-G indicator we were talking about. Of course, that leaves us wondering, what is Crew-8's zero-G indicator?
I don't know, do you have any insight?
No, it's a very close-held secret.
It is. If it's well done, it's close. It's got to be hidden there somewhere. But they do a great job of making sure it's out of sight. And it's actually a tradition that's gone back quite a ways. And it seems kind of silly, but the reality is when you're actually strapped in that tightly, you, unlike if you're in a roller coaster or in a car and you slam on the brakes and you move forward before the reel locks, you're strapped in so tight that when the engine cuts off, you are pretty sure you're in space because you get this sort of feeling with your internal organs starting to move around, but you didn't actually move as you're strapped in so tightly.
Right.
So one way to know for sure, other than the fact that you can see the telemetry, a good mechanical analog backup is if that thing is floating, you are definitely in space.
Yeah. And we're going to find out what Crew-8's zero-G indicator is soon after they launch. And when it actually starts floating around in the capsule, we're going to hear some words from them so they can explain their choice. Again, also a nice thing for the whole team to do. Again, like they design their mission patch together. They pick a zero-G indicator together. Again, it just builds this camaraderie and feeling of a team.
Yeah, and there's a whole, as with everything you said, in space, there's so much more extra complication. So the zero-G indicator has to be tested as well. So the one I have is actually the test article for FOW, the peacock turtle, because they had sequins on it. So we had to do pull testing of all those sequins to make sure that nothing would come loose in flight or launch. So one FOW is on the space station, the actual one, but the test article is still here on the Earth with me.
Because the sequins could be FOD.
They could be FOD, exactly.
Wow.
Yep. Because since they're slightly metallic, if they were to come loose and then short something out, so yeah, it's the FOW I have was a little bit beat up, but has all of its sequence still.
All right, as you can see from the clock on your screen, we are now under 2 hours until the liftoff of NASA's SpaceX Crew-8 mission. You're seeing 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut inside of Dragon Endeavour atop a brand new Falcon 9 rocket on Launch Pad 39A here at Kennedy Space Center. They are headed to the International Space Station to help maintain the orbiting lab and to conduct science experiments and technology demonstrations. And speaking of their 6-month trip, Raja, it's going to be a really busy one. First of all, a lot of visiting vehicles, including the first crewed flight of Boeing's Starliner spacecraft.
Yeah, it's as I mentioned, Jeanette's had the opportunity to kind of see that. Matt actually worked on the commercial crew program and worked with the Boeing Starliner, so it's pretty exciting to have to be this close to having 2 vehicles that launch from the U.S. taking astronauts to the space station. So it is always busy during launch and landing time, but yeah, we're all looking forward to Butch and Sunny, who are the primary crew flying the Boeing Starliner, heading up there soon.
Yep, it'll be a crew of 2, as you said, NASA astronauts, Sunny Williams, Butch Wilmore. The mission will be NASA's Boeing crew flight test, and that flight would move Boeing's Starliner spacecraft one step closer to certifying it for regular crewed trips to and from the space station for NASA's commercial crew program. And so while Crew-8 is up there, that's one
Dragon
of the visiting
SpaceX
vehicles.
Good side hatch leak check.
Excellent news.
Great news, Dragon.
So you can see them closing out that access panel. Now the leak check's done, they'll put the panel back on there.
So in addition to CFT, we'll also have another cargo launch. Another NASA astronaut, Tracy Dyson, she's going to arrive to the space station aboard a Soyuz spacecraft. A really dynamic time for Crew-8 to be up there and doing work.
Yeah, so I think as the space station has now fully completed, it has constantly got traffic going and coming from it, bringing new science. So when CRS-30 shows up there, it's always one of the highlights of the times for the crews up there, because there's so much science that comes with those cargo vehicles, whether they're CRS, whether it's Cygnus, it brings up new payloads, and that's how we refresh and keep changing out what science is up there and always cutting edge. And then you mentioned, TC showing up there in the next Soyuz. She'll replace Laurel, who'll come back down, and continuing that flow. So Crew-8 will get some overlap with Crew-7, with Laurel and her Soyuz crew, and then quickly they'll be the ones running everything up there along with TC.
And Crew-8 is also going to perform at least 3 spacewalks, looking at the summer-spring timeframe. One is going to remove radio frequency hardware, another to prep for the installation of 2 new iROSAs, and then the third to install a new HD camera.
Yeah, so definitely a lot of work out there, a lot of work to be done, and that'll keep them very busy. But I think spacewalk training is definitely the hardest physical and mental thing of the training flow for ASCANs and in the astronaut program, but it's also one of the most rewarding things. And definitely, we try to do as much as we can in space using robotics or automation, but sometimes just like if you had something broken on the outside of their house, the only thing you can do is go out there and fix it. And so they'll be doing that with the radio frequency hardware. Is an S-band antenna that has been having some problems, and so unfortunately it can't be fixed on orbit, so it has to be brought inside, brought back down on the ground, fixed, and then sent back up. And then the IROSs, that's another acronym, but basically
you're right.
improved rollout solar arrays, I think. And so the space station's been continuously occupied for over 25 years, which means we've got better technology, more efficient solar panels. We're putting more science on board, and that science needs more power. So we'll be installing 2 new sets of solar panel arrays, and it's pretty ingenious how they came up with the way those people who've seen the space station online or pictures know the solar arrays, or they're called the SAWs, the solar array wings, are massive. They're huge, and so if you'd had to take those apart and add new ones, it would be very technically difficult. And so these IROSs actually go on top of the existing ones. They roll out on top, as that rollout name implies, and it's a pretty ingenious solution. And so most of the spacewalk involves rewiring those new ones into the existing electrical system and then actually physically deploying that rollout system.
Wow. So again, they're on the space station for 6 months, all those visiting vehicles, all those EVAs, and then Crew-8 will also do a lot of science, as we've been saying. One of the main reasons why we have the International Space Stations. They're going to help facilitate research, including whether algae may improve spacecraft life support systems. Many of the research conducted in microgravity have applications here on Earth that improve our everyday lives.
Yeah, and I think that's, at least for me, Megan, the most exciting thing about work on the space station. That's why I became an astronaut to begin with. There's the exploration piece, but it's really about changing lives here on the planet. And so I think the most exciting research we're doing is things that helps us get to the moon, helps us to get to Mars, but also changes how we live here. So whether it's clean water technology, carbon dioxide scrubbing, both those things, we need them to live on other planets. But more importantly, those are technologies that would change the way humanity lives here on Earth. And so that's, it's so amazing to know that you're a small piece of the program, a small piece of the research that does that. It's really an honor for the astronauts to be able to be a part of that, and knowing that the teams they're supporting is part of the research and science that happens on the space station. You can see them removing some more of the parts and pieces that connect the white room and that clean room. So now that the hatch is closed and that cover is on, they'll start disassembling the pieces there, so that when the crew arm retracts, nothing still is attached to the capsule.
Seems like a good time now to take another social media question. This one is from Mars06 on Instagram. What does it feel like to travel to space?
I think the best analogy, you kind of feel like a superhero, is the ability to float. So I think that's the thing I miss the most, is being able to just float around. It takes a while to adjust. You heard Jeanette mention in her video that after about 2 weeks, she'll be a little more acclimated. That's probably accurate. A few days to a few weeks to really completely have your body adjust. But then once you're adjusted, it's truly a joy.
Great questions. Keep them coming. All you have to do is go on social media, really any platform that you enjoy watching us. But we know a lot come through YouTube, X, Facebook, and Twitch. Use the hashtag AskNASA, and Raja will try to answer them, as many of them as he can.
I'm sure there's many more than I'll get to, but yeah. So you can see him attaching the fall harnesses there, as they're basically reaching out over the platform. So those harnesses are just fall protection. And they're basically taking off, like I mentioned, taking the seals off. Because again, up until now, this has been a completely sealed-in environment. Now, as they take these seals off, you actually are getting the ambient Florida air into that cavity. But now that the hatch is closed and we know the seal's good, none of that's actually getting inside the spacecraft.
Okay, T-minus 1 hour, 47 minutes and counting. So far, a very smooth, ahead of schedule countdown. Right now, again, as Raja said, you are watching the closeout team on the pad in the White Room, preparing for the crew access arm to retract.
SpaceX for the big picture post Ingress.
Go ahead.
All right, Crew-8, timeline is ticking down to launch tonight. We've got the side hatch closed and leak checked with some margin. Closeout team is still on the crew arm. I'll give you a further update when they depart. How copy so far?
Copy all.
All right, no significant updates on vehicle and ground systems. Dragon, Falcon, and the pad look healthy as we continue ticking down. I do have a weather update for you. It's been trending better since our L-4 hour brief. Primary watch item is still flight through precipitation further along the Ascent corridor, but we're down to a probability of violation of 15%. We've got the meteorologist continuing to track the weather per usual to monitor deviations from the forecast, but it's looking good out there. How copy?
Great news. Great to hear that trending. Thank you.
Agree, great news. That's actually all I had. How y'all doing in there?
Loving life, hanging out.
All right. And I did get some last-minute words from Rick on the crew training team. He wanted to pass along some advice specifically to you, Matt, to, quote, just don't break anything.
Copy all. It's your spacecraft. We're going to take good care of it.
Some fun banter back and forth there on the mission audio loops. You were hearing Matt being told not to break anything because right now everything's looking great. No issues with Dragon, Falcon, or the pad. Weather trending better again than yesterday. 85% go. They are looking at some rain farther along the Ascent corridor, but still looking good for launch. As you can see, 85% go.
Great news. Yeah, and the fact that it's trending better is good to hear.
Yeah, especially since weather has been plaguing us the last couple of days and actually was the reason why we couldn't launch yesterday.
Exactly.
So as we're looking at a live view of Falcon 9 with Dragon Endeavour and our Crew-8 inside on Launch Pad 39A, let's take you inside Mission Control in Houston. It's the hub of human spaceflight at NASA, as you can see there, with flight controllers who constantly monitor the International Space Station and the people living on board. They are getting ready for Crew-8's arrival. Let's hear from Rebecca there.
Thanks, Megan. Such an exciting mission ahead for Crew-8. I am here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Mission Control, Houston. Including Demo 2, today's launch will be NASA's 9th total crewed launch under the Commercial Crew Program, which has enabled the United States to once again launch astronauts from American soil. However, it's not just professional astronauts that visit the International Space Station anymore. The orbiting laboratory was recently home to the 3rd private astronaut mission called Axiom Mission 3, or AX3, with a crew representing 4 nations. NASA is enabling these private astronaut missions to open up space unlike ever before and lay the framework for a commercial low Earth orbit economy where NASA will become just one of many customers. On January 18th of this year, the AX3 crew launched from NASA's Kennedy Space Center, which is where Crew-8 is launching from today. The AX3 crew spent about 2 weeks on board the station, completing over 30 important research experiments and conducting dozens of outreach activities. Accompanying AX3 during their stay and currently awaiting Crew-8 is the Expedition 70 crew. When Crew-8 arrives at the space station, they will no longer be referred to as Crew-8, but rather join as Expedition 70 flight engineers. We have a photo of Expedition 70 that is currently on board station and looking forward to the arrival of their new crewmates. Seated in the middle left is International Space Station Expedition Commander and European Space Agency astronaut Andy Mogensen. Next to him is NASA astronaut Jasmine Mogbelli, seated there. Heading back to the left are Roscosmos cosmonauts Nikolai Chub, Konstantin Borisov, and Oleg Kononenko. Next is Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Satoshi Furukawa, and on the far right is NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara. As the station is first and foremost a laboratory, the crew will jump right into conducting experiments with new research still to be delivered on upcoming cargo flights. NASA's commercial strategy for low Earth orbit will provide the government with safe and reliable services while also supporting an entire commercial ecosystem where NASA will be just one of many customers. To learn more, let's take a look at this video.
LEO. It stands for Low Earth Orbit. That's a portion of outer space about 250 miles up, and for over 20 years it's been home to the world's most unique laboratory, the International Space Station. In this weightless environment, the space station has enabled scientific and engineering breakthroughs that just weren't possible on Earth. It's taught us more about our planet, physics and biology, and it's preparing humans to travel farther from home than ever before. And as the space station approaches its end of life, America will maintain leadership in LEO by enabling a new era of commercial spaceflight. Through the Commercial LEO Development Program, NASA is working with industry partners to develop the first generation of commercial space destinations. These will be privately owned and operated space facilities, where NASA will be just one of many customers. This new orbital economy will stimulate commerce and usher in the next generation of aerospace engineering, opening the door for scientific discoveries and private astronauts, allowing NASA to continue its critical research in LEO, supporting deep space exploration and bringing those benefits back home to Earth.
T-minus 1 hour, 40 minutes from launch, as we're taking a live look inside the White Room, which is at the end of the crew access arm. This is how the crew ingressed into their Dragon spacecraft, which, as you can see, the side hatch has now been closed and will not reopen until the crew splashes down 6 months from now. We've been talking about the crew's destination, the ISS, and how it's an incredible orbiting lab. So let's check out some of the research that's up there that has helped us down here. An audio loop saying that the closeout team has departed the pad. So now you see them, they're not in the white room any longer. They crossed the crew access arm, they're down one level, and they will be leaving the pad shortly, right?
Yep. Yeah, and all that information, they're telling them that because you can see shadows. I mean, the crew's restrained their seat, and especially once their seats rotate, you can't really see out the window, but you can see movement and stuff outside the windows. So just giving them the situational awareness that they shouldn't be seeing that anymore. If they are seeing movement, that would mean something else is happening with equipment. And it also gives them awareness. So one of the things that we talked about earlier is emergency egress. And so the crew is always kind of keeping track of how many people are on the pad, because if you have to use those slide wire baskets, you have to make sure everyone's accounted for. And so this is all that. There's a purpose to all that communication to let them know who's there and not there.
Thanks for that insight, Raja. Let's talk about Crew-8's mission patch. You know, they designed it together, and let's take a look at it now. We have the Dragon bowing with respect to the ISS as it stands watch over Endeavour. Endeavour, of course, is the spacecraft that's flying Crew-8 to the ISS, therefore enabling a continuous human presence on the lab in low Earth orbit. The Dragon's tail, of course, in the shape of a number 8. The crew also wanted to highlight the international effort on the station, and that's why you see a world map in the background. And also, each Crew-8 astronaut is allowed to bring a few personal items with them for their roughly 6-month stay in space. Here's a few of the things Crew-8 says they're taking up. So we will do left to right. Alexander, we have there. Family photos and things that remind him of home. Mike Barrett, the pilot, he said the coolest thing he's taking with him is his crew. But he also plans to fly mementos for people who've inspired and supported him throughout his life, as well as specifically, Raja, hard copy photos of his family. Then we have Matt, Commander. So he said that his dad had the same style watch provided to Apollo astronauts, and his dad recently gifted that watch to him. So he will be bringing that up to the space station with him. And then Jeanette, she'll be bringing up a photo of her mom. And for those who don't know this, her mom passed away 5 days after Jeanette was selected to be an astronaut in June 2009. And Jeanette says she wouldn't be here sitting in Dragon Endeavour without her mom's work ethic and the emphasis that she instilled in her, emphasis on education growing up.
Yeah, and I think there's not a whole lot of room to put things in your suit pockets, but some of the most precious things for you and your loved ones are usually what go there. So in my case, it was my wedding ring, and then some basically pieces that my children in the future use for their weddings, hopefully if they choose to do that, since they're still younger now. But that was giving them the option to have something significant that flew with me to space for their eventual marriages.
That's a really great, thoughtful thing.
It was not my idea. It was passed on to me by someone else who thought it was probably passed on to them by someone else.
It's nice of you to admit that. Again, speaking of Jeanette's...
I passed it on to Jasmine as well, so that's probably part of her answer as well.
Oh, Jasmine McBelly, Crew 7.
Yeah.
Speaking of Jeanette's work ethic, as we were talking about, she's probably one of the most thoroughly cross-trained astronauts in the Corps right now because, again, trained in Soyuz, Starliner, and now Dragon.
Yeah, it's, we said Mike Barrett had done Shuttle and Soyuz and Dragon, but unique and definitely not something that all the astronauts are doing. It's a good problem to have this many vehicles to train in, but definitely also a challenge to keep track of that many different systems and differences between the vehicles. So she's uniquely qualified, having seen all of them.
Again, a beautiful shot of the launch pad. We're flying a new Falcon 9 booster. Dragon Endeavour flying on its 5th flight. That's the most for any Dragon spacecraft. Right, Raja?
Yeah, it's the fleet leader. And the original certification done by the Commercial Crew Program, which just the fact that we were reusing capsules to begin with was, new boundary breaking and not unprecedented. So this the fact the program and SpaceX pulled that off together in and of itself is amazing. And now here they're at 5. And so after this, I'm sure there's be a lot of analysis taking a really close look at how the vehicle's actually performed over the 5 flights and what the forward steps are. But it's pretty amazing to even, like earlier mentioned in the broadcast, like 5 years ago, just the idea of saying like, oh, it's on its 5th flight. We wouldn't have been in the vernacular, and now it's just talking about it as if it's, oh yeah, of course it's the 5th flight. What else would it be? So it's the impossible has become the common.
Right, and the plan for the Commercial Crew program is after Endeavour flies on its 5th flight, they'll evaluate it and work with SpaceX to maybe determine whether or not it could be recertified to fly additional flights.
Exactly, yeah, and I think there'll be, like I said, a lot of analysis. You may not have to refurbish the whole capsule. Maybe there's certain key components or parts or critical pieces. But yeah, we'll really dig in with the help of the folks at Johnson, KSC, and Marshall, and really all the NASA centers that help the Commercial Crew program to figure out how we can continue using it.
T-minus 1 hour, 31 minutes, 40 seconds and counting until Dragon Endeavour, as we've been talking about, flies its next 4-person crew to the International Space Station. The astronauts we're tracking today: Commander Matt Dominic, pilot Michael Barrett, mission specialists Jeanette Epps and Alexandra Grebenkin. A live view of them there. Up next, the launch escape health check, Raja, or are we early?
They called one earlier. I wasn't sure if that was if they just got ahead of timeline to knock it out, or if we'll see it again. But in either case, it's before they start the prop loading and actually have to arm it for real. They're mostly likely just checking to make sure it can transition between states. And that flight computer state, you keep hearing them talking about, that's important in the Dragon software architecture, but essentially that state is what dictates what things you can do. So for example, if it's in the launch state, you could have a launch escape trigger, but once it's in orbit, it's not in that state anymore. So all those systems are saved. And so that's why a really key vehicle parameter they're always watching is what is the state it is in, because that is what enables different commands.
I see. And Dragon's launch escape system is powered by 8 Super Draco engines. They're mounted in pairs around the exterior of the capsule. And each engine is capable of generating 16,000 pounds of thrust. And there's a system of sensors throughout the Falcon 9. Those sensors feed telemetry to the ship's flight computer, which constantly monitors the performance of those critical components. So if there is a major malfunction, if that is detected, that flight computer is programmed to automatically fire the Super Draco engines to propel Dragon away from the Falcon 9 rocket at a rate of a half a mile in 7.5 seconds. So really, this system can move the crew away from the rocket if there were an emergency.
Right, and that's one of the biggest improvements to crew safety that the Commercial Crew program has brought us with both the Dragon and the Starliners, a robust launch escape system. So like you mentioned, designed to be automated, but also able to be activated manually by the commander and the pilot, who have a way to force launch escape. And that acceleration is important because, keep in mind, if it happens during launch, the rocket is still accelerating, so you actually need to accelerate even faster than the rocket to get away from it.
Right, yeah, good point. This launch escape system can be triggered either while still on the pad, but also during flight.
Right, basically all the way until what's called orbital insertion. It has the ability to be able to safely launch escape from the F9.
So we'll be arming that launch escape system just before propellant loading of Falcon 9 at T-minus 35 minutes. Now with Crew-8 going up, that means Crew-7 will be returning home. NASA astronaut Jasmine Mogbelli, ESA astronaut Andreas Mogensen, JAXA's Satoshi Furukawa, and Roscosmos' Konstantin Borisov. You see them there? They launched from Kennedy Space Center in August of last year. They've been living and working on the space station now for 6 months. And once Crew-8 arrives, there's going to be what's called a handover for about 5 days, and then Crew-7 will undock from the ISS no earlier than March 11th. So, Raja, what is this handover period? What happens during that time?
So usually it's about a minimum of 5 days for the new crew to have some overlap or on-the-job training with the outgoing crew. All the crews are already trained when they show up there, but really that handover period is for all the little mini things that are impossible to cover in training, like where do you keep the camera covers? Where's the microphone for that camera? Where did you leave out? Every crew maybe organizes the food a little bit differently in terms of how we have breakfast food here and lunch food there, or maybe we break it up, meats in this drawer and vegetables in this one. So it's kind of all those little day in the life things. And as you heard Mike say earlier, the space station's constantly changing. Every cargo vehicle that shows up there changes the configuration. And so what you saw in training may not actually be the same in some areas. And so getting those kind of real-time specifics from the crew who's there are pretty important. And then you also side saddle a lot of the tasks. And so just kind of getting their handover on, you saw some of the exercising and the exercise equipment. Some of those things have maintenance you do based on use, and so they can give you that handover.
And one thing specific to this handover with Crew-7, I thought this was interesting. The astronauts are going to be testing new water bottles?
Yeah, so soft water bags that we'll use hopefully on future Dragon launches, potentially as part of the Artemis program as well. And the idea is that the hard plastic water bottles, they're not super efficient to get all the water out, and they take up more room when you pack it down. Whereas a soft water bottle, you can squeeze so you can get all the water out of it. It's a lot easier to compact, and you can refill it potentially. So on the Orion vehicle, that's also a use case as well. So definitely an improvement and trying to always come up with better and more efficient ways, because water, as it turns out, is pretty heavy to take up and down to space. And so as we look towards lunar and Mars missions, the more efficient we can be with that, the better.
So a lot of planning and coordination has to happen to bring astronauts home safely. So I want to introduce everyone now to Samantha Testa, who is a recovery director for NASA's Commercial Crew Program.
I am a NASA Recovery Director for the Commercial Crew Program. So my job is to coordinate and lead the NASA team that brings the astronauts home from the International Space Station after their roughly 6-month mission in space. I think something that's surprising about Commercial Crew, especially right now flying with SpaceX, is that we're landing capsules in the ocean, both in the Gulf and the Atlantic side of the state of Florida. We're bouncing between coasts of Florida when we're bringing these astronauts home. We are continuously learning about the hardware associated with the capsule, the parachutes, the recovery vessel, and from the team itself, including the astronauts. My first mission stands out to me the most. I was new to the Commercial Crew Program. It was the Crew-3 return mission. We were still coming out of the pandemic, which was a challenge for everybody around the world, but including NASA. Finding ways to make sure that our astronauts were safe, our landing recovery teams were safe, our partners in SpaceX were safe. So seeing that mission, the challenges that we saw, the way we overcame them together as a team, and having that mission be successful as my first with Commercial Crew is something that will stay with me for a long time.
Really cool insight there. Again, speaks to all the folks that help make a mission like this possible. All right, everyone, we have another QR code for you. This one will show you how you can download NASA's new Spot the Station app. So for those who don't know, the International Space Station is the third brightest object in the sky. And this app, if you scan that QR code on your screen, will help you see it while it's orbiting the Earth at over 17,000 miles per hour. The app can send you push notifications. It'll look just like this. You see on the top there, of upcoming viewing opportunities based on your location. The app will also track the station location in real time, showing you where in the sky you need to look. And you can also take a picture or record a video and share it to social media, all directly from the app. Pretty cool. Okay, looking at the clock again, we are 1 hour and 23 minutes, 34 seconds from launch, again, of Crew-8 to the International Space Station. Crew has ingressed, as you can see, helped by the closeout team. Umbilicals, they're attached, and those provide breathing air and comms to Dragon. Their suits were checked, or pressure checked. Comm checks were completed. The closeout team also closed the closed the hatch, which also gets its own leak check. And that team has now departed, and we will be hearing final weather checks before a no-go, no-go poll for launch. Before we get to that final poll, the various teams at both NASA and SpaceX will do internal polls, making sure conditions are right with Falcon 9, the Dragon, the Crew, the range, and the space station.
Yeah, it's a lot of moving parts and a lot of conversations. Kind of like I mentioned, it's really the epitome of the partnership between NASA and SpaceX that makes that happen. So we kind of talked a little bit about it before, but I think what a lot of people don't necessarily even realize, and just the amount of data and rigor and analysis that goes into these crewed launches. And so we take that really, really seriously, obviously, at NASA and at SpaceX. And so even down to the engine component. So the Merlin engines on the F9 actually have heritage from Marshall Space Flight Center, who helped SpaceX early on, back when they were first developing the engines. And so we still have experts there that are looking at poring over the data as they start to the final count. Like I mentioned, you've got the folks from the Commercial Crew Program, who are called SMEs, or subject matter experts in all kinds of different systems, who are essentially also monitoring the telemetry, overseeing everything, and at all points conferring with SpaceX, consulting with them, make sure that everyone agrees that everything looks good. So the team has just continued to flourish, and those partnerships have worked really well.
We have a nice shot now of Crew-8's ride to space, Dragon Endeavour. We've been talking a lot about it tonight. Again, the first time SpaceX and NASA will fly a Dragon spacecraft for the 5th time. Here's a look back at its previous flights and why it was named Endeavour.
Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX, Godspeed, bottom time.
May 30th, 2020, Dragon capsule C-206 launched Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken to the International Space Station. It had been almost 9 years since astronauts lifted off from U.S. soil. The historic launch also marked the first crewed flight by a commercial company under NASA's Commercial Crew Program. In a tour of the spacecraft shortly after launch, Behnken and Hurley announced why they named the capsule Endeavour.
We both had our first flights on Shuttle Endeavour, and it just meant so much to us to carry on that name. That's what we decided to go with.
Endeavour was also the name of the Apollo 15 command module that orbited the moon while a 4th pair of astronauts worked on the lunar surface. April 2021, Dragon Endeavour's 2nd mission, Crew-2, launched from Kennedy Space Center carrying U.S. astronauts Shane Kimbrough and Megan MacArthur, along with JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide and ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet. Endeavour splashed down off the coast of Pensacola, Florida, after spending 199 days in orbit, a record for an American crew transport spacecraft. A year later, Endeavour's 3rd flight, Axiom Mission 1, a privately funded and operated mission to the International Space Station. Astronaut Michael Lopez Alegria and 3 civilians spent 16 days docked to the ISS before splashing down in the Atlantic Ocean. Then last year, Crew-6 was Endeavour's 4th flight. It launched NASA astronauts Stephen Bowen and Warren Hoburg, along with cosmonaut Andrei Fedyaev and UAE astronaut Sultan Al-Nayati to the space station. Endeavour splashed down off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, after 3,000 orbits of Earth and 79 million miles traveled during its 6 months in space. Over its 4 flights, Endeavour spent more than 450 days in orbit, the most by a crewed spacecraft, surpassing Space Shuttle Discovery's 365 days. Next up for Endeavour, Crew-8, and another record, the first vehicle in its generation to reach 5 flights. And as we count down to launching our next crew of 4 in Endeavour to the International Space Station, let's get a check of our Artemis II astronauts. You can see them there. Work on their launch pad is underway as NASA prepares for their historic mission around the moon. Earlier this year, teams with NASA's Exploration Ground Systems began installing and testing these emergency egress baskets at Launch Pad 39B at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The baskets are in preparation for the agency's crewed lunar missions, starting with Artemis II. If an evacuation at the launch pad is necessary, astronauts and other personnel will use the egress baskets to quickly evacuate from the mobile launcher. You're getting a sped-up, first-person point of view of that ride now. They're like gondolas in a ski lift, and you slide down more than 1,300 feet of cable to the ground. There are 4 emergency baskets, each about the size of a small SUV, and can carry up to 5 people. Once everyone is safely on the ground, teams operating specialized emergency vehicles will drive them away from the launch pad. That's your Artemis Moon Minute. And next, for that emergency egress system, teams will test the baskets by placing water tanks filled at different levels so those can simulate the different weights of passengers. And once that's done, then the Artemis II crew themselves are going to practice that evacuation route.
Yeah, kind of like we talked about earlier with Crew-8 here and knowing who's on the tower, who's not on the tower. Similar thing for the Artemis II crew is knowing how many people can be in each basket, and that's why they'll do the different tests for all the different possible configurations and permutations you could have, and clearly testing it with ballast before you actually put people in it.
And you're having a big hand in the Artemis campaign, yeah?
Yeah, I think our entire office is involved, which is one of the most exciting parts of our jobs. I mean, obviously flying in space is great, but most of our day jobs is helping with all the other human spaceflight programs, whether it's the ISS, SpaceX, Boeing, and the multitude of Artemis programs. You kind of heard them there in the video, EGS, the Exploration Ground Systems, all the work that we call at Stage 0 for building the pad. I'm working with SpaceX and Blue Origin on the lunar lander, which we call the HLS program. There's the rocket, the SLS, there's the Orion capsule. So there's no shortage of work going on for Artemis right now, and the astronaut office is heavily involved in helping with all of that.
Yeah, all hands on deck.
Exactly.
Must be exciting for you guys to think about that, and the speed, again, at which we are making so much progress in human spaceflight. You know, we are doing such great things with the Commercial Crew program, as we've been saying. Since 2020, we've accomplished so much, and now we're looking ahead with the Artemis campaign.
Yeah, it's a great time to be working at NASA, and so many, whether it's thinking ahead to Mars architecture, the moon's sustainment, and how we get there, stay there, whether it's operating, living, doing amazing science on the space station. There is really no bad place you could possibly be working or supporting right now within the agency.
And for Artemis updates, you can scan the QR code that we're going to bring up on your screen. You can also screen grab. I don't know if you knew that, Raja. If you were watching it on your phone and you see a QR code like that, you can't scan it. So you could just screen grab it, and then from that picture, just click on it, and it'll take you to nasa.gov/Artemis-2. Again, we'd love for you guys to follow along with us as we explore our universe.
Yeah, and so it's not, like we talked about before, it's not just the development going on, but all the training that the Artemis II crew is involved in, and being out in the Pacific. So we've got operations on both coasts with help from our DoD partners on the East Coast for Dragon, and then just this past few days on the West Coast and in the Pacific for Artemis.
We are now at 1 hour, 14 minutes until the liftoff of Crew-8 to the International Space Station. The 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut will be the latest crew to fly as part of NASA's Commercial Crew program, which uses private companies to transport people to and from the orbiting lab from right here on U.S. soil. You can see the crew there. They are flying on board a SpaceX Dragon named Endeavour. We've been talking about it, record 5th flight for this spacecraft. It's being launched today on a new Falcon 9 booster, which you can tell because it doesn't have that telltale soot on it. Nice and clean. Raja, it's been a great countdown so far. Oftentimes we are ahead of schedule. Weather was the big watch item for us, but right now we are 85% go here at the launch site. We were also keeping a close eye on the Ascent corridor, and weather there has been trending in the right direction for us. So the excitement is really picking up here as we get closer to T0, right, Raja?
Yep, it's definitely palpable. This is probably one of the most challenging times for this crew because you're so ready to go, but they're also just, with since everything has been going nominally, it's kind of some quiet time. And so, kind of like I mentioned, most likely they're kind of just going over and over through all the different steps for the ascent, all the different possibilities, talking through the notes they had from before, from the different sims, and just kind of re-emphasizing everything one more time.
And for those who might be setting an alarm so that they don't miss tonight's launch, T0 is 10:53 and 38 seconds Eastern Time. We have time now for another Ask NASA question. Let's pull one up on the screen here, again for Raja, who's been doing a great job. And actually, somebody recorded a video for you. So, yeah, this will be cool. So this one is actually from a former NASA engineer turned STEM influencer on social media. His name is Mark Rober, and he was here visiting Kennedy Space Center recently, and he had a question that only an astronaut can answer.
How's it going? Mark Rober here. I've got an Ask NASA question, and my question is, I remember the first time I looked through an actual telescope, and just like what that felt like to see stars with my own eyes in a way that I'd never seen them before. So my question is, as an astronaut, what was it like the first time you got to space and you kind of looked out the windows, and not only did you get to look out and see space and the stars with no light pollution for the first time ever, but also looking back on Earth? Like, what was that moment like? What did that feel like?
Yeah, for me, it was pretty surreal. I don't even know how to put it totally into words. In fact, Tom Marshburn, who was the person on our flight who had flown, his whole goal on the ascent after we'd unstrapped was to actually just to watch us looking out the window to see our reaction, and just the joy that we had and the joy that brings to another person, seeing a human have that much joy. I think you're absolutely correct. The stars look a little different, but I think for me at least, what was even more powerful is the Earth, seeing the Earth from that vantage point, and seeing really the layers of the atmosphere of the Earth is a pretty powerful thing. And the idea too of what's a really neat thing that you can only do in microgravity is you can rotate your body so that you see it in different orientations. So often we're used to seeing the horizon as a flat horizontal surface, but in space you can just rotate your body 9 degrees and see it vertically, and it makes the Earth, which should be very familiar and where we obviously all live, but it gives it the sense of it. You're looking at like a completely different planet just because you're not used at all to seeing in that orientation. It's such a powerful visual experience. And for me, just emphasized how important it is to take care of the planet we live on.
Wow, that was a beautiful shot. Times with your beautiful answer, again, of the experience it is to be in space. Thank you for that question. And a quick note, if you're in Brevard County here on Florida's Space Coast, you can listen along to tonight's launch on local amateur radio frequencies that you see on your screen. I think I would mess those up if I were to say them out loud, so just take the time that you need here to write those down. Again, only available if you're here in Brevard County, Florida.
Great view of the rocket there.
If you're just joining us, welcome to live launch coverage of NASA and SpaceX's 8th rotational flight of 3 NASA astronauts and 1 cosmonaut to the International Space Station from Kennedy Space Center here in Florida. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Raja Chari, who's been gracious to spend the last 3 hours with us as we count down to the launch again of Crew-8. With just about an hour left, Raja, talk to me about how you're feeling. How has this count been going?
Yeah, it's been going great, which is the way you want it to be. I think we've seen lots of times tonight where the crew's ahead of timeline, where the launch control team's ahead of timeline, which is always a good feeling to have. And we've talked about, the things they're doing in that free time is configuring the vehicle, going through, talking amongst the crew. So we're not hearing all that intercom chatter, but that's basically what's going on inside. The next big steps, I think we expect another weather update. Seems like everything's trending positively. And then from there, starting the propellant load, which is the next big step.
Yeah. Now, the launch team stood down from yesterday's attempt due to elevated winds along the Ascent corridor, but today, weather is looking a lot better. 85% go here at the launch site, and conditions have improved over the Ascent corridor as well. It's looking like a good day for a launch, Raja.
Yep, it's looking, let's keep our fingers crossed, but yeah, if the trends continue and we don't have to worry about the precipitation in the launch corridor, we should hopefully be ready to send Crew-8 on the way to the space station.
Yeah. Launch teams are still keeping a close eye on the weather. We expect another weather briefing at the T-1 hour mark, so we'll be listening in for that. Now, liftoff time is still holding for 10:53 and 38 seconds Eastern Time. And right now, we're tracking no issues with either Falcon 9 or Dragon, which you're seeing there on the pad. A beautiful reveal from behind the vehicle assembly building there. No issues with Dragon, as we said, no issues with Falcon 9, and the range is green, Raja. Safe to fly.
Ready to go, yeah. And as you've heard several times tonight, with Matt talking, and the crew talking with the controllers, they are excited, they're ready to go. Yeah, it looks to be a beautiful night for the folks that are here at Kennedy Space Center to be able to watch the launch. So you've got the immediate families, so we saw those when they walked out, the ones who were in quarantine. That'll be on top of the LCC to be able to watch the launch, and then the extended family, and then lots and lots of visitors here to see, the fifth flight of Endeavour, which again is just amazing. Just to think about 5 flights on a vehicle that only 5 years ago flew the first time.
Now, over the last 3 hours, our crew has been getting ready for their trip to space. Let's introduce you to them now. If you're just joining us, we have in the commander's seat, NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic, making his debut space flight. He's from Wheat Ridge, Colorado, and is a former naval aviator. Sitting next to him, Matthew. Sitting next to Matthew is Michael Barrett, today's pilot, making his 3rd trip to low Earth orbit. He is board certified in internal and aerospace medicine. Next up, mission specialist Jeanette Epps. This NASA astronaut hails from Syracuse, New York, and once worked as a CIA intelligence officer. Mission specialist 2, Alexandra Gurbenkin, was selected to be a cosmonaut in 2018, and this will also be his first trip to space. So 3 first-time flyers and 1 veteran.
Yeah, and what a great veteran to take them up there. Mike Barrett, such a great mentor, such a great leader in the office, has got so much experience. And you saw just a really cool span of those different pictures of all the training that goes on, whether it's at Hawthorne. You saw Jeanette down here at Kennedy Space Center practicing with the Ingress system, using those Humvees that we saw in the Artemis video. You saw Matt and Mike different places out at JSC, so pretty impressive.
Yeah, impressive crew, impressive what they've done to get here to today. Okay, so let's take a moment to also recap launch day preparations, right? So after waking up and having a bite to eat, SpaceX helped the astronauts into their suits inside the historic crew quarters suit-up room. You see them there. Jeanette, looking happy, ready? They also played a card game, which is a tradition. It's to beat the commander to use up all of his or her bad luck before the flight. Then the crew followed in the same footsteps as every NASA astronaut since Apollo 7 in 1968, walking out to greet a crowd of family and friends. After getting into their Teslas, the astronauts joined a security-escorted caravan for about a 15-20-minute ride to Launch Complex 39A. Following their arrival, they got to take a look at their rocket, their ride to space. Then in pairs, they walked across the crew access arm and into their spacecraft. And now we are watching them live while they await the next big milestones, fueling of the Falcon 9 rocket and arming the launch escape system.
Yeah, and kind of the reason they're using all this time now is once the launch escape system is armed, you'll see the crew will be pretty much still. They're going to keep their arms, their hands, their legs all pretty much inside the restraint and motionless, and because that's, if there was a launch escape, it's, as we talked about earlier, pretty forceful and happens really fast, and so you wouldn't want to have your hand out or doing something like that. So this is the time to get all the little movements out or get yourself comfortable, make sure everything's fine, you've got everything configured the way you want, and it's also the time they'll do all their scrolling on the displays to go through the procedures, because again, once the launch escape system is armed, they will try and minimize the amount they're moving around other than going through those displays. So it's good when they're ahead like this, because you don't want to be rushed going into that, and so having the chance to review and talk through that as a crew on the intercom is super helpful.
And Raj, as we take these beautiful aerials again from a helicopter that we have orbiting the pad, I have an update on the weather. They had another weather briefing, and we are now 90% go.
Great news.
Trending
better.
News.
Yep. So my guess is with a small percentage change, when they do the next update for the crew, they'll probably pass that on to them, but that's good to hear.
Now, this time we are expanding our coverage and would like to welcome SpaceX and NASA commentators joining us live from Hawthorne, California. That's where the SpaceX mission team is located. So we want to welcome now Sandra and Jesse.
Thanks, Megan, and hello to each and every one of you joining us today. I'm Sandra Jones with NASA Communications.
And I'm Jesse Anderson, a manufacturing engineering manager here at SpaceX. Sandra and I are joining you today from SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California, as we count down to liftoff of Crew-8 just about an hour from now.
Of course, Crew-8 is our 8th operational mission, with SpaceX flying astronauts for long-duration missions to the International Space Station. Crew-8 will have 3 first-time flyers on board, as well as a veteran NASA astronaut.
Today's crew will fly aboard the Dragon spacecraft named Endeavour, which previously flew NASA's SpaceX Demo 2, Crew-2, and Crew-6 missions, in addition to AX-1, the first commercial astronaut mission to the space station. For those of you following along, Endeavour will be the first Dragon spacecraft to fly 5 times.
It's also been 5 years since the Demo 1 mission, which was the first demonstration mission of NASA's commercial crew program to the space station.
And Dragon, we saw
fast
good
forward
feedback
to today.
from Dragon, we saw good feedback from all the valves there. And at this time, your go for Section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
Copy, Section 5, we'll go.
And some great comms between the core and the crew proceeding through procedures. So fast forward to today, it's only March, and it's already been a very busy year for the teams here at SpaceX and NASA. So far this year, we've launched 2 missions to the space station. Crew-8 will be our second human spaceflight mission so far this year, following Axiom 3.
And for the very first time, SpaceX delivered a Northrop Grumman Cygnus spacecraft to the space station on our cargo resupply mission. On the heels of that mission, Falcon 9 launched NASA's ocean-studying PACE satellite on a polar trajectory from the Cape.
And just last month, we launched our first commercial lunar payload services, or CLPS, mission to the moon for NASA, which we'll talk a little bit more later in the program. All of these missions we just mentioned continue to bring us closer and closer to our ultimate
SpaceX,
ambitions
Dragon,
of going further into space.
Copy, Crew-8, go for launch. Let's do it.
And great news there, we are go for launch. It's such an exciting time for all things space. History is being made every single day. It continues to be a smooth countdown, and we're looking good for an on-time launch, as we just heard. Coming up at T-minus 45 minutes, the team will report their readiness for propellant load with a final go, no-go poll. So in the meantime, NASA's Rebecca Turkington is going to help us take a closer look at where the crew is headed tonight. Rebecca? Thanks, Jesse and Sandra. We are back in the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Mission Control, Houston. The crew will be making their journey today to low Earth orbit, which you may hear us refer to as LEO. This is classified as orbits around Earth that are 1,200 miles or lower. There are a lot of satellites in this orbit, including the Hubble telescope. And of course, today's destination, the International Space Station. The space station's orbit averages at 250 miles above Earth, but varies based on its apogee apogee or perigee, which stands for the highest and lowest points of its orbit. As we discussed earlier, the orbiting laboratory was recently home to the third private astronaut mission called AX-3, with a crew representing 4 nations. NASA is enabling these private astronaut missions to lay the framework for a commercial low Earth orbit economy where NASA will become just one of many customers. The AX-3 crew spent about 2 weeks on board the station, completing important research experiments and conducting outreach activities. They also took some beautiful shots of the Earth, like this one. AX-3 mission commander Michael Lopez Alegria took this photo of the moon peeking out from one of the space station's solar arrays. NASA's Crew-7 is currently on board the station and has also captured some amazing shots recently. NASA astronaut Jasmine Mogbelli took this photo of rare noctilucent clouds, which form in the Earth's mesosphere about 30 to 50 miles above the Earth. These are the highest clouds in the atmosphere and are made up of ice crystals, whereas other clouds are made up primarily of water droplets. We cannot wait to see what Crew-8 captures. As we get closer to launch, let's take a look to see what's in store for Crew-8 while on board the International Space Station.
I view Crew-8 like an Olympic torchbearer. Each nation that hosts the Olympics has, these torchbearers that go along and they make a scene of it, and each person passes the torch and lights the torch and passes it on to the next person. And that's where I see Crew-8. We are keeping the flame of human presence in low Earth orbit alive by going up there, maintaining the space station, continuing to do science.
Well, the International Space Station is by far the largest laboratory that we've ever had in flight, obviously the largest human-made structure in low Earth orbit.
So whatever we can do in space to look at different types of materials, to look at ourselves without the force of gravity, to discover its true nature, we can develop better countermeasures back here on Earth.
The International Space Station is capable as it is, becomes like a low Earth orbit wind tunnel, if you will. It gives us a platform to test things before we venture away from low Earth orbit towards the moon and eventually long transits towards Mars and eventually to asteroids.
Это работа, связанная с различными научными составляющими. Это и материаловедение, это и биология. То есть спектр задач, решаемых на орбите, он достаточно широкий.
Each individual will be an experiment in and of themselves, how our cells behave, how our blood changes, how our bone density changes, muscle mass. We're looking at everything to figure out countermeasures for the human body so that it can live longer and longer outside the Earth's protection.
Working and training with Crew-8 is absolutely awesome. We have a diverse group of academic and intellectual backgrounds that come together, and also an international component.
We are 4, I would say, almost as different personalities as you could possibly imagine.
Совершенно будет сработанная команда, и выполним задачи на все 100%.
The chemistry we've kind of developed, I think, is really quite magic. This mission has brought us together in a way that I don't think any other circumstances ever would. The ISS is, I would say, a very critical stepping stone in human exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
Every time we launch 4 more people to space, we're building our sample size and our understanding of the human body and the things that happen to it in a zero-gravity environment. That sets us up to go to the moon. It sets us up to go to Mars. So for us, we are just carrying that torch to go increase that sample size and be a part of the team that moves human knowledge of space travel further.
Reusability is the key to making spaceflight more routine and ultimately what will enable humans to become multiplanetary. Down at Starbase, Texas, we're continuing to build, test, and fly Starship, the world's most powerful launch vehicle ever developed. It's a fully reusable transportation system and will transform how we access space because it's designed to carry a massive amount of cargo and large numbers of people to Earth orbit, the moon, Mars, and beyond, which will help continue driving down the cost per launch. Starship will be capable of of carrying up to 150 metric tons to orbit and up to 100 passengers. We're still in the testing phase, but major milestones like flying at a high cadence, full system reuse, and on-orbit refilling are key priorities. We're also building a second Starbase launch tower to further increase Starship's flight opportunities. This will also allow for continuous upgrades to the towers while continuing to launch. Also in testing, our engineers are proving out all systems necessary to make a trip to the moon possible, such as propulsion, life support, and even the elevator that will take crew and cargo from the Starship hatch opening down to the lunar surface.
In partnership with NASA, Starship will put the first Artemis astronauts on the moon. The vehicle will perform one uncrewed demonstration flight before the Artemis 3 mission, which will be the first human surface expedition since 1972.
To that end, SpaceX has been hard at work getting Starship ready for its moon missions. With the ability to deliver cargo and people to the lunar surface, we'll be ready to help humanity build a sustainable presence on the moon and learn how to live off-world before the next steps to Mars. Just last month, SpaceX launched a lunar lander on Falcon 9 that became the first U.S. lunar landing since the Apollo program ended more than 50 years ago.
That's right. On February 15th, as part of a commercial mission by the company Intuitive Machines, they sent a lunar lander to the surface of the moon. NASA was one of several customers to hitch a ride on the lander to deliver science and technology demonstrations to the moon's south pole. And it's part of the agency's Commercial Lunar Payload Services initiative to learn more about the moon before returning humans there under the Artemis campaign. Shortly after separation, Intuitive Machines captured this picture of its lander named Odysseus as it flew away from Earth. And then it took another photo 6 days later as Odysseus entered lunar orbit with NASA's 6 science instruments. And on February 22nd, Odysseus soft landed on the moon. NASA worked with Intuitive Machines to gather as much data as possible from its 6 payloads until the lander's solar panels were no longer exposed to light.
When the time comes for humans to explore the moon and beyond, they'll have to take everything with them for a surface mission. Building bases or even cities will require huge amounts of cargo and eventually crew, and that's where Starship comes in. This year is shaping up to be a busy one for Starship. Right now, we're getting ready for the 3rd test flight down at Starbase, Texas. Every launch and mission yields critical data for continuing to improve and pave the way for our future in space.
And we look forward to eventual human missions to Mars, but right now we're paving the way with today's exciting mission, which will conduct over 200 scientific experiments and technology demonstrations, including new research to prepare human exploration beyond low Earth orbit and benefit humanity on Earth. But for now, I'll send it back to Megan and Raja at KSC.
And since we're hoping to go farther into space than ever before, NASA is in the process of gathering as much data as possible to understand how long-duration trips to space affect the human body. For more on that, let's go out to NASA's Jasmine Hopkins, who's at a nearby launch viewing location here at Kennedy.
Thank you so much, Megan. Yes, we're joining you from the Operations Support Building here at Kennedy, which is one of the main VIP viewing locations here. And joining us right now is Kristen Fogg from the Human Research Program at Johnson. Thanks for being here, Kristen.
My pleasure, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk about the Human Research Program.
Exactly. So I see the excitement in your voice. Tell us, what is the Human Research Program? What do you guys do?
Well, it's really all about the human. So we really focus on the risk and how do we reduce risk for humans in space flight. So that can be things like behavioral health, so stress or sleep, physiological changes like bone, muscle, how does exercise impact that, nutrition, food, medical capabilities. It's really about how do we understand those risks? How do we counter those risks? We call those countermeasures. It's all about optimizing crew health and performance.
Right, and there's a lot that goes into that, of course, the human body. And right now, one of the Human Research Program's long-standing experiments is called Cypher. There's like 14 different experiments over a year. Tell us about that, and how is Crew-8 contributing to Cypher?
It doesn't seem like that long ago that I was standing here talking to you about starting Cypher. We're really excited. Crew-8 is going to have our 3rd Cypher subject. And just to kind of emphasize what you were just talking about earlier, 14 studies and 1 research complement. So that's addressing a lot of the risks that I was just talking about earlier about behavioral health and physiological changes. And really what Cypher is designed to do is to say, how do we connect those dots? All of those risks, how do they interact and impact the human as a whole? over a period of time. That duration piece is so critical about microgravity, and so we're really excited about this.
Right, there's a lot of excitement that goes into this, and again, studying the human body, especially in low Earth orbit, because that's really a stepping stone. We want to go further to the moon and then on to Mars. So how is our research in low Earth orbit getting us there?
Yeah, so, okay, well, as we talking about Artemis and for Mars, so we have these unique spaceflight hazards that the human may experience. And so that can be radiation, so solar radiation or galactic cosmic radiation, or distance from Earth, or isolation and confinement, the environment of the vehicle, like sound and lighting, or the environment on a surface mission, so lunar dust or Martian dust. And so all of these hazards can impact spaceflight, but there's also extended time in microgravity, and the International Space Station is such a wonderful lab for us to understand microgravity, the changes in the vestibular or sensory motor function, that motion sickness. Cypher is really helping us to understand a lot more about all of the changes to microgravity, so we can start actually using station to really help us get ready for those exploration missions and really help reduce those risks.
Yeah, there's a lot that's going into this, and a lot that the Human Research Program is doing. Thank you so much for being here to represent them, Kristen. Really appreciate it.
It's my pleasure.
Of course. All right. We're going to toss it back to SpaceX at Hawthorne, California.
Thanks so much. I'm Ronnie Foreman, a commercial sales manager here at SpaceX. We are coming up on just about 47 and a half minutes to launch, and our teams are carefully moving through the process to liftoff. A lot of preparations have brought us to this point, including a dry dress rehearsal and static fire earlier this week. Now, as Megan noted at the top of our webcast, we did stand down from a launch attempt yesterday due to weather. But for now, everything looks great for launch tonight at 10:53 p.m. Eastern. Now, next up, in just about 2 minutes, our launch director will check in with the team for readiness, both for prop load and for launch. The 7 SpaceX responsible engineers, often called REs, indicate that they're go by voting electronically. The launch director will also check in with the Dragon mission director and NASA launch manager to make sure they're ready to move forward as well. And as Jesse mentioned earlier today, the Dragon launch team, as well as key NASA launch members, are in the Launch and Landing Control Center at Hangar X in Florida. On your screen right now, you have that beautiful nighttime view of the Dragon spacecraft with the white crew access arm still in the service position. Right now, Crew-8 is on board Dragon, waiting to get the green light to stow that arm for launch and arm the launch escape system. Once the launch director gives the go-ahead, we should get a good view of that access arm moving away from the spacecraft. The range also continues to be go for launch tonight, monitoring the clearance area surrounding our launch pad, as well as the air and sea space along the flight corridor. At Kennedy Space Center, weather is looking good for launch, although we are continuing to monitor some potential inland storms that could trigger our Anvil cloud rule. And if you're joining us on the Space Coast, you know it's about 64 degrees outside with light ground winds. So overall, we're looking good for launch in just about 45 minutes, with again, less than a 10% chance of weather violation. Downrange landing zones, if needed in the event of an escape, are also go. Our teams will be staffed around the clock in mission control to monitor Dragon, not just today, but throughout the entire mission, from liftoff to Crew-8's arrival at the space station, all the way through splashdown when the astronauts come back home. On console and mission control, which you have a view of on your screen right now, there are 6 key positions. The mission director is in charge of the room and tasked with making real-time decisions to ensure mission success. The person that you may hear talking to the astronauts is the crew operations and resources engineer, who you'll hear us refer to as the core. And the 4 additional team members are focused on vehicle systems, including avionics, navigation and control, software, propulsion, life support, and communication with ground support teams. Now, apart from mission control, our Falcon 9 team is also currently located in the Launch and Landing Control Center at Hangar X. Now, with less than an hour until T0, all teams are settling in for final checkouts, propellant loading, and liftoff.
Poll is complete.
Again,
and
right now
team
we are
is ready
standing by
crew
for that
access
poll from
arm
our
retract. Both launch control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and remain in that state until launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are to remain in their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming the launch escape system. following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and approve boarding the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch out sequence immediately and proceed in the launch abort sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort rotator for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew for movement. Crew arm status started.
And with that, we are moving forward toward launch. Propellant loading will begin in about 10 minutes and crew access arm retraction has begun. So in the meantime, let's check back in with Megan and Raja.
Thanks, Veronica. Now the countdown clock is continuing to tick, and we are now at T-minus 48 minutes and counting from launch. At the time of launch, the space station will be flying 260 statute miles over the southern Arabian Sea, southwest of India. Now the crew access arm will retract from Dragon. That is what we are looking for now, and actually it is happening right now. This is a critical milestone, right, Raja?
It is, and yeah, so the next big thing will be launching.
Dragon SpaceX for countdown timing.
Go ahead.
All right, Matt, we're looking at one closeout photo of the side hatch, doing some analysis on it, and are going to be looking for you to be crisp with the launch escape system arming. Team is under a bit of pressure here to get a call in.
Dragon.
So just the word there.
Arm recheck complete.
So now that the arm is out of the way, the next big step is to arm the launch escape system. You heard the MD asking that they keep it crisp, just because they've worked some time constraints on the analysis from the side hatch photos. Yeah, a pretty key thing here, the launching the arm, the launch escape system. The crew will actually hear a number of valves, thunks and thuds, as the Super Dracos we talked about earlier. The valves that supply prop to them are actually open, so you can actually hear that and feel it, the vibrations in the vehicle, and that's part of the training flow. There's actually a thing called Sounds of Dragon where you listen to those sounds at that Buck High Fidelity trader out in Hawthorne, so you can hear those before you're actually sitting in the capsule. What you can't simulate fully is the actual vibrations, and you can actually feel the capsule vibrating as those things happen.
Now, the launch escape system obviously built into Dragon to remove the crew, to pull the crew away from Falcon 9 either on the pad or during flight if there were to be an issue. Why isn't the launch escape system armed sooner, Raja?
So you want to wait until you don't really have any other alternative, and that we wait until we start loading prop, because once there's prop on the vehicle, it's essentially alive in terms of there's fuel and oxidizer, which is what generates the thrust for the rocket, but also essentially could cause a hazard. And so at that point, you want that ability to immediately clear. There still always is the possibility of defueling the rocket if there's some problem. And in fact, if there was a decision later to scrub, that's what they would do, is to defuel it and then swing the arm back out. But once there's prop on board, you want the ability to get off quickly if you have to. And like we talked about, it can be an automated system. It can also, the crew can initiate that. And before they arm the system, they're actually going to pull up a screen, and Matt and Mike will be able to see the parameters that trigger an automated escape, and they'll make sure that everything is within limits before they activate the system. Is what you wouldn't want to do is activate it and have it immediately trigger.
And so right now, the only way off the capsule is the launch escape system, right?
At this point, they can still, there's two ways, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a command called emergency egress that initiates the crew access arm to swing back, and then you would unstrap normally and get out. There's also the launch escape, but you always retain the ability to hit the emergency egress, because there could be a case.
Dragon SpaceX, expected decision at T-minus 37 minutes. At this time, your go for viewing section 6 of the procedure. You are not go for arming the command. How copy?
Dragon copies. Can we preemptively close the visors?
Yes, sir. Go for that.
Can you walk us through that call out?
Right. So
closing the visors.
We talked about there's steps and procedures. They said you can review but don't execute. So he's looking at the steps to arm the launch escape system, but what they've told him is to hold off until another few minutes here to actually get the call to do that. And you heard him talking about the photos they were looking at from the closeout of the hatch, and we talked about the analysis that goes into looking at everything and saying, was it new, old? So there's probably something they're looking at in those photos. We saw them spending some more time with the lights and the pictures and wiping it down just to make sure they're happy with what they saw.
So making sure that the side hatch and the seal are all good before proceeding with launch.
And the reason this is where they want to, pause and think about that now is because, like we've talked about, once you arm the launch escape system, then now you're sitting on a armed set of prop in that Dragon. The Super Drakers are active, and so right now the closeout crew is gone. No one's around there. So before you take that next step, you want to make sure that you have a clear path forward towards launch.
And so again, we're expecting that decision on whether or not to go forward with arming the launch escape system, which obviously needs to happen before we can proceed to launch.
Yep.
We're expecting that in about a minute. That is the time that the launch team briefed Matt and the crew. And so arming the launch escape system was supposed to happen around T-minus 39 minutes. Obviously, if it happens, it were to be later. Still okay if
Absolutely, yeah.
that margin.
The driving factor, so as I mentioned, as we get closer and closer to launch, the margin of pads they build in just gets a little tighter. But yeah, the driving factor is how long does it take to get the fuel and the oxidizer into the Falcon 9 before launch time. And as long as the launch escape system is armed, which is a pretty quick command and pretty instantaneous for those valves to change, it's more that they have to back out how much time does it take to fuel the rocket and make sure they preserve that amount of time.
Again, we're going to stand by for what we expect to be a decision.
Dragon SpaceX, at this time your go for 6.4 arm launch escape system. Team is confident that we understand the issue well enough to proceed into LES arm, and it's within existing analysis.
Dragon copy. Go to close visors. Visors closed. We are arming the launch escape system.
Copy.
And with that call out, again, arming the launch escape system, one of the major milestones before liftoff today at 10:53 p.m. and 38 seconds Eastern Time from Kennedy Space Center here in Florida to send 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut to the International Space Station. This is the Crew-8 launch, and you're watching the live broadcast of it.
So you heard the acknowledgement for them to go ahead and complete the procedure. So you expect that you'll hear some.
Launch escape system is verified armed.
Now, needing to use the launch escape system, it's just a possibility we have to plan for. No one wants to think about it, but it is something we have to plan for.
Yeah, actually, it makes the overall launch safer because you have an alternative if there's something wrong with the F9 rocket. So yeah, you're absolutely correct. You wouldn't want to have to use it, but the fact that we built that into these commercial crew vehicles is a huge safety improvement over the past. And it looks like they're starting loading prop now, which is the next major step. And so now that the launch escape system is armed, they can start putting the prop onto the vehicle. You'll start to hear calls. And again, the crew can actually feel some of these things. They don't actually have direct insight into the actual fuel levels inside the Falcon 9, but they have a timeline inside the Dragon that gives them a sense of
Propellant load has started.
There's a call out confirming that propellant load has started on schedule at T-minus 35 minutes from liftoff.
And so at this point, the crew, like I mentioned, with the launch escape system armed, is pretty much in flight mode. So, they're watching the timeline and will be monitoring the calls they get from the ground as that kind of layout if the prop loading is happening according to timeline. And then for us watching on TV, a really super easy way to see how full it is just as the condensation comes off the rocket. That gives you a sense of how far up the fuel has filled inside the tanks as the cooled fuel and oxidizer go into the tank and then evaporate.
Yeah, right now we have RP1 or rocket-grade kerosene going in, and also liquid oxygen loading on the first stage.
And again, the reason, just like with the LES arming or the launch escape system arming, as well as the prop loading, they make those calls to the crew so that when you hear these clunks and thuds and kind of ringing of the vehicle, that you know that was supposed to happen, as opposed to, without a call or without the timeline they have. If you just hear a very loud thud, it's kind of just like in your house. You're like, what was that? So this just kind of keeps everyone in sync as to the things they're seeing, feeling, and hearing are normal.
So inside Dragon Endeavour right now, we have Commander Matt Dominic, born and raised in Wheat Ridge, Colorado, married to Faith Dominic, and they have 2 daughters. He has a Master of Science degree in Systems Engineering from the Naval Postgraduate School, designated a naval aviator in 2007, made 2 deployments to the North Arabian Sea. He has more than 1,600 hours of flight time
Dragon
in
SpaceX
28
for a
different
follow-up.
aircraft.
Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, want to get back with you and chat about that LES arming time pressure. Summary, we saw a small crack on the side hatch seal at the top of the hatch. Main concern is re-entry heating soaking through a damaged seal. We do believe the crack is small enough to be bounded with margin by existing analysis, but the team is still working it and double checking. How copy?
Second copy.
So you heard the call there, essentially saying they gave them the okay to arm the launch escape system, but that does not necessarily mean they're totally comfortable or have finished the analysis for what they saw in those hatch seal photos. So just giving the crew the update that clearly they're not going to let them launch if they're not confident, but it sounds like they believe, based on the analysis they've done so far, they have margin for the worst case, which is another word for bounding scenario. You heard him mention that. And basically what they're doing now is prop loading in parallel with that.
Right, because that call out gave us some insight into why there was a delay in arming the launch escape system. They basically said there was a small crack in the side hatch seal, and the concern of that crack would be during re-entry.
Correct. Yep. Yeah. So I think obviously, like we've talked many times throughout the broadcast, you've got some of the best experts in the world on both the SpaceX and the NASA side looking at the data. I think it really shows the importance. Early on we were ahead of time, but all the pictures and photos they were taking of the hatch seal, and this kind of demonstrates exactly why they do that. Because now, when we don't have access to the hatch and we can't just open it up and take a look, we can pore over those photos. Go back to the SMEs, the REs, as you heard them called, the responsible engineers, the subject matter experts, and use that photo evidence compared to the analysis and the development verification information to make sure that we're confident that everything's good to go.
Right. Because as I said, they believe it's small enough
Start
to
of stage
fix.
1 cryo-helium loading.
Stage 1 cryo loading, as you said.
Cryo-helium.
Yeah.
Yeah, so helium, so you mentioned before, there's RP1 is the fuel, and then liquid oxygen is the oxidizer. What pressurizes those propellants is helium. So not only do you have to load the fuel, the oxidizer, but you also have to load gas to then push those fuels into the engines.
T-minus 30 minutes, 19 minutes and counting to T0. As Raja was saying, propellant loading is happening on the Falcon 9, but there is an issue still in review, which is a small crack in the side hatch seal. The team briefed the crew just a few minutes ago, saying that they are reviewing it, but they believe it is small enough to fix. And that is why propellant loading continues.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, so at this point, the crew is kind of just going through procedures and talking through the ascent. Again, the next big point for them will be at about T-minus 10 minutes where they'll start, again, talking back and forth with the ground. Sounds like maybe they might get an update as well, as my guess. They'll probably get an update about that point from the ground control team.
And as we wait for updates, we recently got to ask the Crew-8 astronauts why they believe human spaceflight is so important. And here's what they had to say.
Everything we learn on space station enables our technology, it increases our knowledge, and it burns down our risk as we go further.
As explorers, we're looking at ways to further human knowledge, human experience.
Как сказал однажды Константин Эдуардович Циолковский, наша Земля — это колыбель человечества. Но не может человечество все время оставаться в колыбели. Поэтому именно за счет того, что мы нарабатываем сейчас пилотируемыми полетами.
People are so different on Earth. The more people we get into space, the more things we learn about what happens to their body in space, the more we learn to move humanity further to the moon and then ultimately to Mars.
The experiments that we'll conduct help with radiation, how to grow plants in space, how to get the human body to last longer outside of Earth's protection.
In zero gravity, we've actually discovered physiological processes, how the body works, that we didn't even know existed without finding them first in space. That includes mechanisms to lower your blood volume to adapt to a weightless environment, mechanisms that store sodium in your body, which we didn't know existed, ways that the human can control its cardiovascular system that we didn't know existed.
Every single human that's ever been born and ever died has all happened on our planet Earth. And if we want to continue the light of consciousness further, we need to make ourselves multiplanetary.
Go further, we will. Go further, we must. But we want to have that deck stacked in our favor as much as possible, and our mission will definitely contribute to that.
T-minus 27 minutes and 10 seconds and counting to launch. Let's head back to Jasmine Hopkins, who's now with NASA Administrator Bill Nelson and Deputy Administrator Pam Melroy.
Thank you so much, Megan. As always, it's an honor to have our NASA leadership here for a launch. And of course, we know there's a couple watch items right now with Crew-8, but both of our leaders right here have been to space before. So actually, can you guys talk about why safety is so paramount in human spaceflight?
Well, you're dealing with a very unforgiving environment with a lot of explosive power, and you're defying the laws of gravity. And as a result, everything has to be right, so you don't launch until it's right. Now, Pam is an astronaut space shuttle commander. She's flown 3 times in space. I've flown once. And you've been through this many times. You didn't have as many scrubs as we had on ours. We got in, strapped in, ready to go, and scrubbed 4 times over the better part of a month. But that pretty well tells you you don't launch until it's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right, Bill. I had several scrubs of my own, delayed 6 days for my first flight, 3 days for my second, had a couple of strap-ins. You're right, not as many as you. But I think, it's important to remember that the crew is very focused on their mission on the space station, and it's not like they're saying, hey, I've got to get home for something. They're going to wait until they're safe, and that's
Stage
the way
2
we
cryo
feel
helium
too.
loading has
As
started.
Bill said, a lot of things have to go right, and we're going to keep safety number one.
Right. Thank you so much for mentioning that. And of course, we're on our 8th rotational flight with SpaceX. It feels like just yesterday, Demo 2 launched. So can Bill Nelson, can you speak to the progress of the Commercial Crew program?
Well, it's unbelievable. Just think how much the cost of launching has come down as a fact of reusing the rockets. And just the Falcon 9 has been such a proven workhorse. This past year, they launched Falcon 9s, if you can believe it, 96 times. This year, they're going to launch 146 times, and next year, 200 times. Wow, it's a workhorse.
Oh, yeah, it definitely is. And we've had a lot of success with SpaceX already this year with the launch of PACE to help study our climate. We also had a successful landing on the moon for the first time in over 50 years. So, Pam, can you speak to what's next for SpaceX and NASA together?
Well, Jasmine, it's amazing what's coming up. First of all, the crew is going to have a very exciting increment. They have over 200 science experiments that they'll be running, including several medical experiments that will benefit all humanity. But while they're there, they're going to have some very exciting visitors. We're really looking forward to seeing Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore launch on the Boeing Starliner on the first crewed flight test of that brand new human spaceflight vehicle. They'll be visiting the station. And then, if we stay on schedule, this increment will also see a new cargo vehicle going up with Sierra Space's Dream Chaser. And then you look at the rest of what we're doing in science. We have an eclipse coming up. It'll be the last eclipse visible in North America for almost 2 decades. And then we'll be launching NISAR, which is our partnership with India, to look at the Earth. And we also have the X-59, our new X-plane, quiet supersonic boom coming up. And then, of course, the Artemis II crew, you're going to be seeing a lot of them down here in Florida as they're training for their mission next year.
Right.
This is a pretty thrilling year. We got a lot going on.
It really is. There's so much going on, but of course, we still want to keep our eyes right now on Crew-8. So thank you so much, Bill and Pam, for joining us tonight. We really appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right, our friends at SpaceX, back to you.
As we continue to count down, let's take a closer look at the vehicles that will be taking Crew-8 to the International Space Station tonight. Sitting atop the Falcon 9, the Dragon spacecraft and its trunk stands over 26 feet tall. There are 2 windows on the spacecraft, plus 1 under the nose cone. The nose cone opens shortly after launch to expose the forward bulkhead thrusters and docking mechanism that will connect with the space station. Dragon's trunk holds solar cells, which power Dragon while it's in free flight. The trunk can also carry unpressurized cargo.
And Dragon has 16 Draco thrusters that can be used in space to help navigate the spacecraft to its destination, each providing 90 pounds of force. That doesn't include the 8 Super Draco thrusters used for an abort, which are no longer active once the crew is in orbit.
For those of you following along, you'll know that the Dragon spacecraft has played a significant role in advancing our future in space by safely transporting crew to and from the space station. There are currently 4 Dragon spacecraft supporting human spaceflight missions that have docked to the station: Endeavour, Resilience, Endurance, and Freedom.
Crew-8 will fly aboard Endeavour tonight, which previously flew NASA's SpaceX Demo Mission 2, Crew-2, and Crew-6, in addition to Axiom's first mission, the very first commercial astronaut mission to the International Space Station. Altogether, the reusable Dragon spacecraft has completed 7 human spaceflight missions on behalf of NASA and visited the space station 38 times under NASA's commercial resupply and commercial crew programs.
As always, Dragon will be delivered to orbit today by SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket, which provides 1.7 million pounds of thrust on its first stage thanks to its 9 Merlin M1D engines. Once the first and second stages separate, these engines are also used to help land the first stage. The first stage will perform 3 burns as it makes its way back toward Earth today. First is the boost back burn, and that's where 3 of the M1D engines will reignite to help flip the first stage around to head back to the launch site. The second burn is the entry burn, and that's where a single engine will reignite to help slow Falcon 9 down as it prepares to enter the Earth's atmosphere again. Finally is the landing burn, and that's where 3 engines will slow down the rocket enough to perform a precision landing back down on landing zone 1.
Meanwhile, the second stage continues to orbit, powered by 1 single Merlin vacuum engine with over 220,000 pounds of thrust. The second stage will secure Dragon's entry into low Earth orbit. And we did just hear that call out that stage 1 RP1 load is complete. That's great. We're continuing to check through these milestones. Now almost less than 20 minutes until tonight's launch. So again, the second stage will continue to secure Dragon's entry into low Earth orbit before separating, leaving Dragon to continue its journey to the space station on its own thrusters. About 40 seconds after separation, Dragon's nose cone deploy sequence will begin, which exposes its guidance navigation controls that help Dragon autonomously fly to the space station.
With T0 coming up in just about 19 minutes and 30 seconds, our teams at the Cape and Hangar X are doing a series of system checks to ensure Dragon and Falcon 9 are ready. Let's check in with Ronnie for a quick status update. Ronnie?
Thanks, Jesse. We are still looking good for an on-time launch about 19 minutes from now, and we'll keep monitoring all the vehicle systems as we get closer to liftoff. Both Dragon and Falcon 9 continue to be healthy. So as we continue to listen and watch the countdown, our teams are continuing to prep the vehicle for flight, and propellant loading of both RP-1 and liquid oxygen began at T-minus 35 minutes. We also heard the call out a few minutes ago that the launch escape system is now armed. The range, which is monitoring keep-out zones, among other key flight requirements, also continues to report no issues, as they are go to support tonight's launch. Weather also looks good, and we are still tracking less than a 10% chance of violation at our target liftoff time. As a reminder, today we do have an instantaneous launch window, driven by the orbital mechanics constraints of two spacecraft meeting in orbit. The technical term for that meeting is called a rendezvous. The reason we need to launch at a specific time is because Dragon is basically trying to catch up to the ISS, which as we speak is orbiting the Earth at more than 17,000 miles per hour. That means we have to deliver Dragon to the correct orbit, and we also need to time its trajectory relative to the orbiting laboratory so that they are in the same place in orbit at the same time. A precise liftoff is crucial for achieving a timely rendezvous between Dragon and the space station. So at this point, if we hear a hold called for any reason, we will have to stand down and target our backup launch opportunity, which is tomorrow at 10:31 p.m. Eastern. So with all systems go, I'm going to turn it over to Rebecca for a status update from Houston.
Thanks, Ronnie. The flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston are ensuring the space station is ready to receive Dragon. They're also checking that all the communication links between the station, Dragon, and the ground are working properly. Right now, everything is proceeding as planned. The teams here in Mission Control Houston, the team in Hawthorne, and the astronauts aboard the space station will monitor the autonomous docking of Dragon on Tuesday when they enter joint operations, which happens when the spacecraft enters the approach ellipsoid, which is an invisible boundary that helps us monitor spacecrafts arriving and departing. After docking, the crews will perform a series of leak checks and then work to...
working. Expect more words here in a few minutes, shooting for T-minus 10 minutes to get you a brief.
And we just received an update that we are proceeding towards launch. Once the crews perform those series of leak checks on board, they will work to open the hatches both on the Dragon side and inside the station's pressurized mating adapter. We expect hatch opening to take place about an hour and a half after docking. Once on board, the astronauts will be greeted by the space station crew and will then join in for welcoming remarks for the... Here in Mission Control, Flight Director Garrett Hain is on console overseeing the team for launch, and Paul Kanya will be on console on Tuesday for docking. That's it from here in Mission Control Houston. I'll toss it back to the team in Florida. Megan, how's it looking?
Thank you, Rebecca. If you're just joining us, we are now at T-minus 16 minutes, 7 seconds and counting from the 8th astronaut rotation mission to the International Space Station under NASA's Commercial Crew Program. Rajachari, commander of the SpaceX, NASA SpaceX Crew-3 mission here with me. And Raja, we just heard a call out saying to expect another crew brief at T-minus 10 minutes about the crack that the teams are currently monitoring in the side hatch seal.
Yep, and that's a pretty standard at T-minus 10 is usually when they've kind of done all the final polling and usually give an update to the crew and for the crew to make sure that they're all ready to go inside the capsule as well. And since we know of at least that one open issue, that's also kind of the logical time for them to update Crew-8 on the status of that before they go into the final terminal count. Not to say that they can't continue working it during that 10 minutes, but that's sort of I think the checkpoint they gave the crew of when they'll give them some information about it.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, it's always exciting, and I think the administrator said exactly what we would expect and exactly why we do what we do, that of course safety will be paramount. Of course we want to see them launch. Obviously the families want to see them launch. Crew-8 wants to get there, and the expedition on the space station wants to see them, but clearly we want everyone to be safe, so yeah. I know the team will do what they need to do.
So we're taking the steps towards launch, but we're waiting for that T-minus 10 brief to really give us the final
Right,
resolution.
so we'll continue doing stuff in parallel to be ready to go,
sure.
But obviously the analysis still has to get completed.
So when Crew-8 arrives at the International Space Station, they will be greeted by 7 other crew members, including NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara. She's been on board since last September and delivered this personal message to her soon-to-be new crewmates.
Hey, Crew-8. I'm so stoked for your launch and to welcome you on board the International Space Station. I very vividly remember my first few days on Space Station, so I'm looking forward to getting to relive those days through your eyes, and I'll try not to laugh too much. Matt, It's been an amazing 7 years so far. It's going to be really special to get to fly with you, such a good friend, and I know this is going to be one of our craziest adventures together yet. Mike, I can't wait to share this boat with you. Jeanette, looking forward to continuing the good times that we had in Star City together. Sasha, there's no ice rink on board, but we have some other games planned up here. I hope you guys have a beautiful launch. I hope you enjoy the special time that you're going to get to have in Dragon together orbiting Earth. And we'll be on board waiting with a big meal prepared with all the foods that we don't like. So with that, safe travels, and I'll see you on the other side of the hatch on Space Station.
I like that she said she'll try not to laugh so much as we're inviting 3 new first-time flyers onto the space station.
Yeah, Laurel is infamous for easily getting cases of the giggle, so it's awesome to see her. It's been so fun to watch her and the current ISS expedition crew loving working in space, and so I know she's excited, as well as the rest of Crew 7, to see Crew-8 and Laurel's time, but she'll eventually get replaced by TC, who will be launching later in March from Star City on the next Soyuz up to replace Laurel. So we'll be tuning into that just a few weeks from now on March 21st.
T-minus 12 minutes, 48 seconds and counting. We are counting down really to a T-minus 10 brief with the crew to talk an issue that the team is working. Raja, can you talk to us about that? What are your final thoughts as we approach that?
Yeah, so I mean, we got to see, I think we kind of had an inkling just watching, you even brought it up as we were watching the hatch close out, just a lot more time taking pictures. And as we talked about at the time, the reason we do that, and they mentioned even back then, they said they maybe saw hair. And so as they go through and analyze those pictures, it sounds like, at least from what we could hear on the loops we can hear, and there's probably a whole bunch more going on in the background, that they're doing some analysis to see that a crack they saw in one of the photos, it sounds like. Whether that case and the analysis shows that we have what's called margin, meaning there's not any concerns for the worst case scenario of a re-entry, as it sounds like what they're calling the bounding case. So that analysis I expect will be ongoing. It would not be unusual for them to tell the crew, even at T-minus 10, like, hey, we're still working it. We'll get you an update prior to launch. Because again, the more time you buy the team to do the analysis, the more conclusive of a recommendation they can come to. So I would expect them to be poring over that data, and like we talked about earlier in the show, that's why that's why we have all these teams here looking at the data.
Sure.
There's no more important thing than the human and human space flight, and so we want to be absolutely sure that they are good to go on their way to the space station.
And when we take that wide shot of Falcon 9 on the pad, we see a lot of venting happening. Again, propellant loading continues.
Dragon SpaceX for a follow-up.
Go ahead.
All right. We are confident that we understand the issue and we can still fly the whole mission safely. We're comfortable proceeding because the condition is bounding by existing analysis, as already mentioned. Additionally, we expect the gap created by this crack in the seal to close as the material will swell with re-entry heating. And finally, it's on the lower heating side of the vehicle during re-entry. The engineering team here is comfortable proceeding. How copy?
Dragon copy.
Okay, so
with that, Crew-8, confirmed displays are configured for launch.
All right, so with that, it seems like we are go for launch. The team telling the crew they are confident.
SpaceX Dragon, displays are configured for launch. Crew 7, this is Crew-8, we're coming for you. It's time for Crew-8 to relieve you of the watch onto the International Space Station. SpaceX Dragon, we are ready for you to cast off the strongback and launch Dragon Endeavour on its 5th voyage.
There you have it, the team confidence that they can fly this mission end to end. So now, in this final stretch of the countdown, we're going to turn it over to Sandra and Ronnie at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California, to take us through launch and ascent.
We copied all. Godspeed, Crew-8.
Thanks so much. So with that and Crew-8 sounding excited for liftoff, our next major countdown event will be around the T-minus 9.5 minute mark when the Falcon 9 launch commit criteria get checked by computers. So right now we're listening in for that call. The launch commit criteria are specific thresholds and pieces of information about the entire Falcon 9 system needed to make sure that the rocket is healthy. Of course, we have many systems in place to ensure that the rocket and crew are both safe leading up to liftoff and during flight, now that we're approaching terminal count. Our teams are performing all those final checks before launch.
Back in Mission Control Houston, there's a variety of systems and console positions that are also being worked in tandem and monitored by the team. These include cameras aboard space station, reboost capabilities, as well as a console that monitors trajectory to ensure everything is looking good. It'll be about a 9-minute ride to orbit today, and that's about the time that we'll see second stage cut off. A few minutes after that is when we'll see Crew Dragon separate from the second stage. And along the way leading up to this, you'll be hearing some performance calls as we get into the final countdown, and then after liftoff as well. These are SpaceX flight controllers reporting on trajectory, speed, booster performance, and key milestones. But there are some other calls you'll hear the crew make as well after liftoff. The crew will report out number and letter combinations, which mark different abort zones throughout the flight up the eastern seaboard. The first two, 1A and 1B, have that name because they're in the first stage, and that will last until they're up to the very north of North Carolina. The next are 2A through 2E. Those will come into play once the second stage kicks in. That takes us from the top of North Carolina all the way to the tip of Newfoundland in the northern Atlantic. Diverting a little bit from the other naming systems, you will hear the call Shannon, or Forward to Shannon, which refers to Shannon, Ireland, meaning they would target off the coast of Ireland if they were later in that second stage and did need to abort. So again, you'll hear these different callouts throughout the flight uphill, along with key performance callouts from guidance, navigation, and control officers, and you can expect to hear from them on calls on trajectory and propulsion as well.
So one of the next callouts we're listening for is the announcement that Stage 1 engine chill has started, which is one of the key processes that prepares the engines for flight. Right now, propellant in the tanks is isolated from the engines, but at T-minus 7 minutes, we'll open the engine pre-valves and start passing just a trickle of liquid oxygen through the Merlin engine pumps,
Engine chill has
chilling the
started.
engines for the start sequence. There we go, right on time. Now, we do this because the super chilled and densified liquid oxygen is really, really cold, and we use this process to bring the engine hardware down to a cooler temperature before flowing all of the LOX and propellant into it during flight. At liftoff, Falcon 9 is consuming 700 gallons of fuel per second, so engine chill helps us to prevent thermal shock and ensures nominal engine performance. So again, now that we've got that good engine chill call out, shortly after that, we should be looking for that Stage 1 RP1 load complete call.
So with that engine chill now underway, we're looking ahead to the call out that RP1 load is, and there you heard it, RP1 load is complete. RP1 is densified kerosene or rocket fuel that will propel the crew into orbit. All of that RP1 is now loaded into the first stage, and we did hear that the second stage was completed a short time ago as well. We're still loading liquid oxygen on the first and second stages. This is the oxidizer needed to combine with the densified kerosene that just finished up loading. Coming up, we'll hear the call for Dragon to configure for terminal count and then transition over to internal power. Then we'll hear the propellant tanks on Falcon 9 are getting ready to pressurize, adding some additional rigidity and structural support as we get ready for the strong back to retract. At first, it will move just a couple of degrees, and then we'll see it swing open completely the moment of liftoff. That strong back provides access to Falcon 9's fueling lines and umbilicals for both prop load and the different gases being loaded on board. We'll continue to check through a couple more fueling milestones, including one around the 2-minute mark before flight, where we will hear that the liquid oxygen is finished on board the second stage.
Dragon is then configured for terminal count. Falcon 9 tanks pressurizing for strong back retract.
And we did just hear that call out. Dragon is in terminal count. The onboard computers now are taking control of the spacecraft. The first stage will finish liquid oxygen loading in about 3 minutes, followed by completion of second stage LOX loading 1 minute later.
Strong back retract has started.
There's the call out over the nets that we are moving forward into strong back retract. The next thing you might be able to see on your screen is actually going to be the clamp arms opening up around the base of this second stage. That will allow the strong back to recline about 2 degrees away from the vehicle. And because we've now begun pressurizing Falcon 9, we know that it's strong enough to stand on its own. That TE will throw back all the way to 45 degrees at liftoff. The strong back is part of the transporter erector, which provides liquids, gases, and electrical connections to the vehicle. There you can see those clamp arms have fully opened around the base of just the trunk of Dragon on stage 2.
And so the next major milestone that we're tracking today is stage 1 LOX load being complete. We expect that call out at about 3 minutes when that first stage LOX load will be completely finished. So all those white clouds of vapor you see on your screen right now are normal, and we'll continue to see them build up as we get even closer to launch. Because liquid oxygen is super chilled, it boils off a little bit in the warm Florida air. And then for the call out that stage 1 LOX load is complete.
Stage 1 LOX load complete.
There's the confirmation that we have completed loading liquid oxygen on board stage 1, but LOX will still be loading for about another minute on board stage 2. Then we'll prepare to vent down the TE, which is going to produce another white
Dragon
cloud.
is in terminal count and is on
You may
internal
also
power.
hear. There's confirmation that Dragon is on internal power. You may also hear an announcement to the crew about that venting procedure.
So everything continuing to go as planned this evening. We are now 2 minutes and 20 seconds away from the launch of Crew-8. Standing by in about 15 seconds, we should hear the call out that the second stage LOX load is complete and that Dragon is in auto idle.
Stage 2 LOX load complete.
And with that, you did hear that LOX load is complete. Gas closeout has also begun, so we're now isolating all the feed lines for the
Dragon
different
is
gas systems from the
auto-idle.
Falcon 9 rocket. They'll then get great news continuing to move towards launch, and you
Ground
could
gas
even hear
closeout,
some of
expect
those
loud
gases
testing.
being vented over just shortly. And you can hear it even better now. Something else you might see here in a few moments is water being poured onto the pad. Because rockets are super loud, the sound can impart loads back on the rocket itself. So that water helps absorb and prevent the sound from hitting the structure and reverberating back onto the rocket.
FTS
Coming
is
up
armed.
on 1
Falcon
minute
9 is in
until
startup
launch.
and is now controlling. Dragon is in countdown.
The flight termination system is armed, and we are in
Dragon,
countdown.
SpaceX, go for
45
launch.
seconds.
Dragon copies. Go for launch.
Reports go. Crew reports go. Now
T-minus 30 seconds.
about 30 seconds away from liftoff.
$15 seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Engines full power. And liftoff of NASA Crew-8. Go Falcon, go SpaceX, and go NASA.
Endeavour ascends, a beacon of human ambition. 1.7 million pounds of thrust now propelling Falcon 9 and Crew-8. Vehicle is pitching down range. propulsion. Falcon 9 engines now throttling down to help pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
With that call out, we know that Falcon 9 is now moving faster than the speed of sound.
Stage 1 throttle up.
1 Bravo.
So with that call out,
Copy 1 Bravo.
we know that Falcon 9 is throttling back up, and that 1 call out for 1 Bravo means that we are in the second and final abort mode for the first stage, continuing to get good performance from Falcon 9. Now at this point, the crew are already pulling over 2 Gs. And with that call out, we know that that engine chill for MVAC, which is our second stage engine, has now also begun. That also means we have a couple of events that are going to happen in rapid succession. First is that chill on the MVAC engine, and then we'll have main engine cutoff, or MECO, where the 9 engines on the first stage of Falcon 9 will cut off ahead of first and second stage separation. Then the Merlin vacuum engine on board the second stage will ignite and carry the Crew-8 astronauts to orbit, while the first stage begins its journey back to Earth. At this point in the flight, the 9 Merlin engines are starting to throttle down, and we're standing. There's that call out for throttle down, and we're standing by for MECO.
MECO. Stage separation confirmed. MVAC ignition. Copy 2 Alpha.
So those incredible views on your screen, and of course the cheering behind me, means that we have had successful main engine cutoff, stage separation, and ignition of our MVAC engine on board stage 2. We are also in 2 Alpha for the aborts if needed. Of course, that second stage is being illuminated on the right-hand side of your screen by our single Merlin vacuum engine on board stage 2. Now, the next milestone we're tracking is the stage 1 boost back burn on the left-hand side of your screen. And we are expecting completion of that burn in just about 10 seconds.
And so Crew-8 is now traveling at over 4,000 miles per hour. We're continuing to get good call outs, everything going really smoothly today. That second stage will continue firing until we reach about 8 minutes into the flight.
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Dragon.
Good performance on the lone Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage. The crew's G-load dips right when we hit the separation event, and it's going to continue to build up now. Again, we just heard another call out for nominal trajectory. That was the guidance, navigation, and control officer stating nominal trajectory, or everything is looking good. Dragon is pointed in the right direction, continuing its flight uphill. This second stage will continue to fire until a little over 8 minutes into the flight, accelerating Dragon to more than 17,000 miles per hour and placing the crew in orbit. Right now, the crew is traveling at 4,500 miles per hour and is over 93 miles in altitude. That single Merlin vacuum engine can produce over 220,000 pounds of thrust in the vacuum of space, and you really see it doing the heavy lifting right now.
So while Crew-8 continues on its way to the International Space Station, the first stage booster is on its way back to landing zone 1.
SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Confirmation there that the trajectory for both vehicles is looking good. Now, the first stage has a couple of events itself in order to land. At T plus 6 minutes and 16 seconds, stage 1 will begin its entry burn, which will be the first of 2 burns prior to landing. During this burn, Falcon 9 will ignite only the center engine for about 10 seconds in order to slow the vehicle down before it reaches the denser parts of the Earth's atmosphere. That will be followed by the landing burn at T plus 7 minutes and 21 seconds. This time we'll light 3 engines, and the burn will last for about 20 seconds, ending just about a minute before we expect Dragon to be inserted into orbit.
And so we did also hear a couple of different ground station call outs like Bermuda. That is one of the ground stations that we're receiving telemetry from, and everything continues to look really good with the trajectory. The crew now traveling over 6,000 miles per hour. Again, this second stage will continue to light for a couple more minutes before second engine cutoff. At that point, the vehicle will coast for a few minutes before separation. It looks like we're starting to get some views of the Florida coast there on the first stage as it continues to make its way back to Earth.
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Continuing to get good call-outs, everything going smoothly. Now almost 7 minutes into the flight of Crew-8.
So the next milestone we're standing by for is Stage 1 landing burn start. Again, as Stage 1 approaches the Space Coast to touch back down at Landing Zone 1.
Stage 2 FTS is saved.
And it is great to see that first stage back on Earth. Coming up, next on the second stage is second engine cutoff. You can hear some excitement here at Hawthorne at SpaceX headquarters as that first stage successfully landed back on Earth. So second engine cutoff will take place here in just a couple of minutes. Once the lone Merlin engine cuts off and stops firing, the second stage will continue to coast for about 3 minutes until Dragon is commanded to separate. At this point, Dragon will separate from the second stage and will fly free with Crew-8 still on board and in orbit.
Shannon!
Copy, Shannon.
And that call out for Shannon, indicative of Shannon, Ireland, the very last abort zone in the second stage. The Merlin engine is about to shut down. You just saw it there on your screen.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
Hearing good call-outs following second stage cutoff. The crew is in a nominal or as expected orbit. That is great news. That launch escape system, and we are getting our first view of Crew-8 inside Endeavour. 3 of them in space for the very first time. So again, we'll continue to coast for these few minutes after that second stage just shut down. This helps to allow rates and motion to settle out. There are actually small reaction thrusters on the upper part of the second stage that can be used to counteract any residual motion, basically making sure that we're in a stable coast before Dragon separates from Falcon. We expect that separation here to occur at about the 12-minute mark into the flight. So again, we did hear that the crew has been successfully inserted into a good orbit. This is the crew in microgravity, 3 of them for the very first time, all good call-outs.
So right now, the second stage is performing a series of checkouts as we prepare to separate Dragon from stage 2.
So we will see that separation coming up in just a couple of minutes, after which a number of activation checkouts occur automatically. First, we'll be checking out 12 of the Draco maneuvering thrusters all around the service section of the Dragon spacecraft. And then we'll also begin to get ready for nose cone opening. Nose cone stays closed for the flight uphill to help protect all of those guidance, navigation, and control sensors. It also covers 4 of the Draco thrusters that will be used for the majority of the different phase burns, requiring Dragon to catch up to the International Space Station. So we are standing by for Dragon separation to occur here in just about 30 seconds from now.
Of course, the view you have right now on your screen. Oh, actually, now that our view has transitioned, you're getting a great view of Dragon's heat shield. This camera is on top of stage 2 and looking up into Dragon's trunk.
So if you're just joining us this evening, we had a successful launch of Crew-8. They're on their way to the International Space Station. The first stage has already returned to Earth and landed successfully, and the second stage has shut down, and we're awaiting separation, and you see it on your screen right there. Dragon and Endeavour now flying free.
Dragon, SpaceX, this is your launch chief engineer. Welcome to orbit. It truly is our greatest honor for you to trust us to launch you into space. It's been a pleasure working with you, and we trust that all the science and work you're about to do will continue to move humanity further towards the stars. We hope you enjoyed the ride, and thank you for flying on Falcon 9. Please send our regards to Crew 7, and make sure to remind them you just wanted to be fashionably late. I'll hand it off to the launch director for a few words.
Dragon LD, hope the ride was as awesome as a Cybertruck. Have a safe journey to the space station, and we look forward to seeing you when you get home. Thank you for flying SpaceX.
SpaceX, oh my goodness, what an incredible ride to orbit. I'm both glad and not glad that you don't have a copy of our ICS. The cheers the whole way up were incredible. A big thank you to SpaceX for incredible instructors. Tyler, I'm talking to you and your team right now. Incredible instructors, engineers, and operators. They're the reason we are now safely in orbit. A thank you to NASA, Roscosmos, CSA, ESA, JAXA, who work together to make the International Space Station work for us all. And of course, big thank you to my family, friends, and mentors who are the reason we're here today. Over to you, Mike.
Yeah, hey, it's just to let you know, it's kind of like a roller coaster ride with a bunch of really excited teenagers. Just want to mention the NASA community is just a really warm but steely-eyed family that does amazing things, and it kind of hugs you, but it pushes you into the unknown while watching your back. It's really been an incredible place for me to grow over these past 30-plus years, and now I'm really honored to fly this new generation spaceship with this new generation crew. Thanks to my own family for tolerating my otherworldly habits. Thanks to NASA for being the backbone of exploration that we are. And just thanks so much to our friends and colleagues at SpaceX for the awesome ride. It's great to be back in space again.
And I would like to second Mike and Matt's words. I'm super excited to be here. And, I need to here, and the words that come to my mind is that I'm so grateful and I'm thankful for everyone who got us to this point. There's no way we would have been able to do this without all the people, from all the instructors, from all the people supporting on the ground, to the folks in the kitchen who kept us fed, and Liz out at SpaceX. I'm so grateful for everyone, and I just want to give a big thanks to my family and friends who came from all over the world to see this. Thank you for supporting me through all the days of waiting to get to this point. Thank you for everything, and I want to give a quick shout out to my sisters who couldn't make it, Brenda and Patty, and then I also want to give a nod to Syracuse who supported me through everything, and I am in a New York state of mind right now. It is amazing. Thank you for everything.
Warm greetings to everyone from the orbit. I would like to
express huge gratitude to Roscosmos, NASA, ESA, JAXA teams, and all who took part in preparation and implementation. A separate shout out to my family and friends. Thank you for your support. My sons, Serежа, Vlad, Sasha, be good. Кузбасс от Москвы. See you soon. Всех тепло приветствую с орбиты. Выражаю огромную благодарность коллективу Роскосмоса, НАСА, ИСА, JAXA и всем без исключения причастным к подготовке и реализации нашего полета. Отдельный привет передаю своей семье и близким. Спасибо вам за поддержку. Сыновьям Сережа, Влад, Саша, будьте молодцами. Кузбасс, Москвы, до встречи.
Dragon, we copied all, and we see the vehicle chasing down the International Space Station on orbit. Nose cone opening is in progress. We saw nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts. With that, your go to raise visors. And I've got one final note. We have a tradition on board this spacecraft for its travelers to bring a small token, a zero-G indicator, if you will, to clearly demonstrate the free-floating nature of objects traveling in orbit around the Earth. And I wonder if you've brought anything fitting that description.
Well, you should ask. Oh, man. So per tradition, we, of course, have a zero-G indicator. It's already been deployed. The significance of our zero-G indicator is not actually what it is, but who chose it. Many parents around the world have jobs that take them away from their children and families for long periods of time to serve their communities, their country, and the world. Military families are a prime example, but many jobs, including our own, share this trait. The choice of the zero-G indicator was given to my daughters to represent the sacrifice that children everywhere make while their parents are serving away from home. We chose a stuffed family dog, and she is free-floating here today.
Matt, we copied all. Good words. I think we don't have video inside the capsule. We'll have to come back with you in a minute for a video of that stuffed dog.
No worries, thanks.
So right now on your screen, you do have that initial video of nose cone deployment. And again, the nose cone is opening to expose those two sets of hooks that Dragon will use to autonomously dock with the International Space Station. Of course, loved hearing that crew's description of their zero-G indicator, and we're standing by for those views. Zero-G indicators really do become an important symbol of microgravity flight and the communities behind each mission. So for those of you following along, you'll know that our first zero-G passenger was Little Earth on demonstration mission 1. Here's Little Earth on board Dragon on that DM-1 flight, and later on board the ISS. Today, just 5 years later, we've reached 50 people flown to space. From 0G to 50 in just 5 years is pretty incredible. And of course, here in Hawthorne, I actually have the real Little Earth that went to space safely back on Earth with us here in Hawthorne. Little Earth is a celebration of zero-gravity indicators, an essential component of space missions that help mark the transition into 0G. From Yuri Gagarin's famous pencil to modern indicators like Little Earth and demonstration missions to Tremor the sequin dinosaur, zero-gravity indicators have become a way for all of us to connect with and celebrate human spaceflight. Human spaceflight has come so far in the last 5 years. SpaceX has launched 9 human spaceflight missions on behalf of NASA and 4 commercial astronaut missions. That's a total of 50 crew members to space since 2020, 34 on behalf of NASA and their partners, and 16 commercial astronauts, including the first all-civilian mission to space and the first all-private passenger mission to the International Space Station.
In addition to flying people, SpaceX also enables researchers the opportunity to fly critical science to orbit. SpaceX and Dragon carried over 1,000 research experiments to and from low Earth orbit and the International Space Station and transported over 300,000 pounds to and from the station since 2012. Researchers from around the world use the space station to address complex human health problems on Earth, studying disease formation, testing drugs and diagnostic tools, and examining the inner workings of the human body. At any one time, the station hosts hundreds of investigations spanning every major scientific discipline from physics to microbiology.
Every mission yields critical research and learnings that help make life both on Earth and in space better. From DNA sequencing to 3D printing, studies on the space station test a variety of technologies, systems, and materials that will benefit life on Earth and be needed for future long-duration exploration missions.
Yes, and forward bulkhead Draco checkouts, and we see an upcoming burn in 23 minutes, 2-3.
Getting great views of Crew-8 on board their capsule there and standing by hoping we might get a shot. There is their zero-G indicator. Loved hearing the crew's description of who chose this animal and why, and everything that it means to them, to their mission, and obviously the community standing behind each of these 4 astronauts.
And in addition to that, we heard some great words from the crew expressing their thanks and excitement to be on orbit. Really great to see them successfully on their way to the International Space Station. We had a successful nose cone deploy as well as those Draco checkouts, everything continuing to go really smooth. So for now, we're going to end our coverage from here in Hawthorne until we pick back up with our docking coverage in about 26 hours.
So for now, we're going to hand it back over to Megan and Raja at Kennedy Space Center to wrap up today's launch coverage.
If you're just joining us, welcome to Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where we just watched Crew-8 lift off from Launch Pad 39A. 3 NASA astronauts and 1 cosmonaut now en route to the International Space Station. I'm Megan Cruz. This is NASA astronaut Raja Chari, and we got to see an incredible launch. What a clear night.
That was amazing.
Dragon SpaceX. Cabin environment looks good for suit doffing, and we'll take the camera external here in just a sec. Your go for 4.012 suit doffing.
And that's the question we were just talking about before we got back online was when are they going to actually start doffing their suits?
Happy to go, 4.012 suit doffing.
And so you heard the calls there. So first they wait for the nose cone to get open. They wait for the Dracos to be safed, which was the launch escape system. And then once they've verified the cabin atmosphere is good, that's when they can take off their suits. And as you heard them say, they're going to take the cameras external, is basically they're taking off their spacesuit. And it's pretty sweaty. You've been laying on the back for a while. But you could hear in all their voices the excitement. And like you said, what an amazing night down here at the Cape. It was super clear. You could see.
Dragon cameras are exterior.
You could actually see the staging, and it was
Copy external.
Amazing view, and I got to see the first stage come back, so it was a super clear night, and we got to see the second stage turn into just a very faint star all the way at Seco.
Yeah, and it's great to see some friends launch of yours. You're really close with Matt and Mike, I understand, and really it's nice to see a launch because we really waited till T-minus 10 minutes to know whether or not we were going to go.
Yep, yeah, and it's it's always exciting when it comes to space flight, even more exciting when it comes to human space flight, and just great to see the team come up with a technical solution, look at all the data. As you heard, them keeping the crew informed, like we talked many times tonight. The core is the person and the Capcom that they are talking to, but there is literally hundreds of people talking on loops and making engineering decisions and trying to go back and look at analysis data. And so a great testament to the team tonight to pull all that data together, as they always do.
Yeah, and to make sure that they're safe at launch and also re-entry. So great to see the launch again. And once they get to the space station, they're going to have a hand in some incredible science and investigations. And here's Jasmine Hopkins with more on that.
Thank you so much, Megan. That's right. We saw another beautiful, spectacular launch from here on the Space Coast. And joining us now is Dr. G from Emory University to talk about Project Eagle. So, Dr. G, what is Project Eagle?
Our goal is to investigate the impact of space microgravity on human heart microtissues. These tissues are generated from stem cells, and they are a potential source of cells for cardiac regeneration. One challenge is that these heart stem cells are largely immature, meaning that they're not as fully developed as the heart cells in our body. So we are trying to find ways to push these cells to develop further, because transplanting immature cell could actually increase the risk of complications. The good news is that we found this heart muscle cells become more mature under ground-based simulated microgravity. And we would like to confirm that observation under real space microgravity.
Right, so we're kind of taking what we've learned here on Earth and seeing if we can apply it in space. So with that in mind, we've been studying heart health in space for quite a long time now. So is Project Eagle going to tie into any of the other research we've already done?
Great question. Yes, actually our experiment is built up on several interesting studies on the space station, including our own. For example, on the space station, heart stem cells or precursor cells grow faster than under standard gravity. So in our new experiment, we would like to learn if this beating heart muscle cells can develop further and become more mature under space microgravity.
Right, so we're kind of taking that that research to the next step there. And of course, that's really important because we're looking at going even deeper into space. But actually, is, things like Project Eagle, could that actually help us on Earth? What we're learning in space for our heart, could that benefit our heart health on Earth as well?
That's good. Another good question. Yeah, so we hope to learn, identify the molecules or conditions that can be helpful to promote the maturation of heart cells, because that could help us develop new strategies to push the cells become more mature on Earth. More mature heart cells are more reliable for repairing damaged heart, and those more mature heart cells are also useful for develop new medications to treat patients with heart disease.
Right. Yeah. So it's great to see, we're taking it in space, also benefiting our life here on Earth. Thank you so much, Dr. G. We really appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Of course. All right, Megan and Raja, back to you.
All right, we're about to wrap up our coverage here, but I want to take one last social media question because this one is super cute. This one is from a 4-year-old, Robbie, and he wants to know, what will the crew do to pass the time on the way to the space station?
Well, Robbie, hopefully your parents are typing for you and you don't have your own social media account as a 4-year-old. But it's actually probably the best time, both at the beginning of the mission and at the end of the mission, because on the ISS, your timeline down to 5-minute increments. So you're going. So this time in the Dragon on the way up and the way down is kind of the time to honestly look out the window, enjoy the fact that you're in space. For all of us, we've trained and spent most of our life getting ready for this moment, so actually getting to savor that and enjoy it. And you heard Mike Baer talk about being able to look, he said it was like being in a roller coaster with a bunch of teenagers. So, it sounds like there's a lot of joy in that capsule right now. On the serious side, they are starting to probably be working with the cameras, taking some Earth observation photos, things like that. But it's mostly just starting to get the cargo ready so that when they do dock, they can be ready to go. They'll have to now start worrying about the rendezvous timeline, so they'll be monitoring the burn. So each time there's a phasing burn to get them closer to the space station, they'll be monitoring that and preparing for it. And then when it gets time to do the actual rendezvous, they'll get back in their suits and then start monitoring the systems and being ready to jump in for anything that's off nominal. So they do keep relatively busy.
I was going to say, it sounds like they're doing a lot over the next...
There's plenty to be done, but it is a nice chance just to decompress a bit and enjoy the fact that you're in space. And there's some adaptation so that the ISS is a much bigger volume, so it's actually kind of helpful to use the Dragon where you're confined. You're pretty clumsy at first, and so you can't go very far without running into something and stopping. So you can use the Dragon as sort of like with training wheels, get used to microgravity before you get on the space station and go.
So they can actually get out of their suits in these next 28 hours.
When you heard them say they could do the suit doffing procedure, they're absolutely unstrapping, taking the suits off, putting on some more comfortable clothes, and probably depending on their timeline, They may immediately go to bed. They may have some time to eat and then get up later. So it all depends on the docking timeline.
Okay, well, thank you so much for that insight. And Robbie, thank you so much for that question. That's going to do it for us here on NASA TV. But you can follow along with Crew-8's entire ride to the station by listening in to real-time mission audio. And you can check that out by scanning the QR code on your screen. Or if, again, you're watching us on your phone, just screen grab the code, and then you can click on it later. Now, Matthew, Michael, Jeanette, and Alexander are on course to arrive at the International Space Station around 3 a.m. Eastern Time on March 5th, so Tuesday. On-camera coverage of docking and arrival will resume about 2 hours before on NASA TV. And that's really always fun to watch,
Oh,
Roger.
yeah, absolutely. Just the faces of the crew. I mean, I think we showed some clips from earlier before, but it's both exciting because they're coming onto the space station. It's so bizarre to have trained so much at Johnson Space Center in the mock-ups and then see the real thing, and it's upside down or sideways, and just your mind trying to take that all in. And I guarantee the smiles are going to be huge. As you saw, Laurel's excited to see him. Everyone's excited to see everyone. It's a really weird family reunion when it happens in space, but it's probably one of the most fun ones to have.
Well, and of course, before we sign off from Kennedy, I want to thank Rajachari for joining us, co-hosting his second launch with us. I hope you had a good time.
I did, yeah.
Okay.
I think I outwore the jinx this time, so it
Thank
finally
you.
got.
I appreciate that. What we're going to do is sign you up for Crew-9. That's right. You heard it here, folks. Crew-9, Rajachari co-host. And a huge thanks to all of our guests for joining us today, but most importantly, thank you all for watching. And you can keep up with any updates on this mission using the online resources we're going to put on your screen right now. For everyone here at NASA and SpaceX, have a great morning or evening. It's still 11:25, and we'll leave you now with a look back at highlights from suit up to liftoff. Inside the suit up room, where we see our 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut. And the point of this card game is so that the commander loses, to use up his bad luck. Here they come, Crew-8, taking their first steps outside before their journey to the International Space Station. Crew is departing from the Operations and Checkout Building across Kennedy Space Center to Launch Pad 39A, walking over to get a good look at their ride to space. Commander Matt Dominic, pilot Michael Barrett walking down the crew access arm.
See, the techs are